Chapter 645. Although Empyrean Threefold was furious, he was still able to leave in a carefree manner. As for Empyrean All-Fiend and Empyrean Yen-Du, they were worried. As supreme races, the monsters and ghosts had enormous resources. They couldn't just leave like that. But now that all of their Tao Lords had died, they were the only two generals left. They were no longer able to stop the humans from invading them. They had a grudge against the humans to begin with. Ever since the beginning of the cataclysm, when the fourth universe had given birth to countless races, the humans, monsters, and ghosts had been fighting over territory. They had been at war for countless eons, and the hatred between them had long since become irreconcilable. Even if the humans had won this battle, there was no way they would let them off. In the future, when the humans grew even more powerful, how could they not take revenge? For this reason, after leaving the battlefield, the two Empyreans met once more. We've already lost this war. The rise of the humans is unstoppable. This war will definitely be an excuse for them to attack us once they grow stronger, Empyrean All-Fiend said in a low voice. That's right. That's why our two races have to truly join forces. When the time comes, we'll pull in the other races and form a loose alliance that'll be able to deal with the humans. This alliance won't ask for anything else. All we ask is that when the humans become too much of a threat, we'll be able to help each other and allow our races to survive. What do you think? Empyrean Yen-Du sighed. That's all we can do. By now, they both understood that there was no longer any power in the fourth universe that could stop the humans from advancing. In the future, all they could do was survive and ensure that their races wouldn't be wiped out by the humans. The experts of the Human Alliance cleaned up the battlefield, then went to the headquarters of the Violet Heaven sect, which was closest to the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance. There, they held a lively celebratory banquet. The human Tao Lords were the most excited of all. The alien Tao Lords who had joined the humans were incredibly happy as well. This was because when the humans grew stronger, their vassal races would naturally grow stronger as well. After the banquet, the alien Tao Lords all retreated and returned to their own races. The human Tao Lords, however, were gathered together. They all sat atop the ninth heavens, with fine wine and delicacies from every part of the universe placed before them. Our race has won a great victory. This battle has established a powerful foundation for our race in the fourth universe. In the future, no alien race will ever be able to stop us from developing. The eternal prosperity of the human race is already in sight. Let's congratulate the human race. The human race's strongest expert, Ming Tianzuan, looked at everyone and raised his wine cup. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Flameless, and the other human experts all raised their cups. Back then, my master, Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament, led the human race to rise from a tiny race to a pinnacle race. It was only after Master was permanently suppressed by the universe's origin that the development of the human race came to a halt. Countless eras have passed. The Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan, who were once suppressed by the Human Clan, now dare to compete with us. The two sacred grounds of the Chaos Sea, which were once intimidated by Master's invincible reputation, now dare to plot against us humans. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. Fortunately, we have another dazzling legendary expert. He looked at Jiang Xi and said, Jiang Xi has contributed greatly to this victory. We should all toast to Jiang Xi. Yes, it's all thanks to Jiang Xi this time. Jiang Xi. Mountain Sea. The human experts all raised their cups and looked at Jiang Xi. They had all seen this battle and knew how much credit Jiang Xi had contributed. Especially in the final battle earlier, Jiang Xi had almost single-handedly fought all the experts of the Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. How terrifying and heaven-defying was that? And Jiang Xi had actually survived and almost wiped out the enemy. Jiang Xi also raised his cup. Speaking of which, the calamity of the human race this time was also caused by me. It was because of the Eight Clouds legacy that so many people coveted it. That's nothing. The future prosperity of the human race depends on this legacy. No need to say more. You have contributed greatly. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes, don't take it to heart. The experts of the human clan all burst into laughter. At the same time, in the primordial realms Chaos Sea, Jun Tian Holy Land Universe. The human race actually won. After Jun Tian Supreme heard the news, he was obviously very dissatisfied. As expected of the Eight Clouds legacy. He has so many tricks up his sleeve before he has grown up. However, this way, it will be difficult to explain to Illusion Immortal General Qian. Recently, he found that he could no longer contact Illusion Immortal General Qian. However, he knew that this Chaos Origin Immortal General might appear in front of him at any time. If he didn't complete any of the 3 missions, it would be a big problem. With the strength of Chaos Origin Immortal General, his situation in the Star Origin realm would definitely not be good in the future. However, the problem now was that his plan to destroy the human race in the 4th universe had failed. It was impossible to find another way to destroy the human race. Not to mention bringing Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race in the 4th universe to Illusion Immortal General Qian. For a moment, this Eternal Supreme was in a dilemma. It's still the problem of the legacy. Since the human race has the Eight Clouds legacy, they will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Then I'll spread the legacy of nurturing Tao Lords and the legacy of cultivating Supreme Celestials to the entire 4th universe. Not only will I give it to the Myriad Races Alliance, but I'll also give it to the Demon Race, Ghost Race, and other races, regardless of their size. In this way, there might still be a chance. After another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or an era, with the huge number of races, there might be enough Tao Lords to launch another attack on the human race. Jun Tian Supreme quickly made a decision. Illusion Immortal General Qian did not set a time limit for him to complete the mission. As long as he could complete it in this era of calamity, it would be fine. Soon, Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Myriad Demon, and Empyrean Yen Du received the same legacy information. This was a systematic legacy that could be cultivated from weak to Empyrean. After seeing this legacy, Empyrean Sanchi did not feel much. He followed Jun Tian Supreme's orders and spread the legacy to the various races of the Myriad Races Alliance. As for Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yen Du, they were pleasantly surprised and worried. Because the appearance of this legacy would probably change the situation in the entire 4th universe, this was a mixed blessing for the Demon Race and Ghost Race. In the future, perhaps their 2 peak races could become even stronger and resist the conquest of the human race. But perhaps, with the help of this legacy, even more peak races would appear. At that time, the situation and living space of the Demon Race and Ghost Race would definitely be worse than now. But they also understood that it was useless to think about anything now. Their momentum was gone. No matter what they did, it was not up to them. Once they embarked on this path, there was no turning back. The race war that almost engulfed the entire 4th universe had passed. However, the battle this time was completely between peak powerhouses. Countless ordinary lives were completely unaware of it. Some low-level wars might bring disaster to them, but a war between peak powerhouses could hardly affect ordinary people. However, it was different after the war. The joint camp of the Demon Race and Ghost Race, the Myriad Races Alliance with 194 peak races as the core, was now completely defeated. Almost all the Tao Lords were wiped out. And the human race naturally would not be merciful and let them go. Soon, the huge war machine began to set off on the path of conquest. Countless armies of immortals, led by true monarchs, went to conquer the territories of the other races. A massacre was unavoidable. The rise of any powerful race could not avoid blood and fire. Of course, there was no need to mobilize too many human Tao Lords to expand the territory. Therefore, Jiang Ci was free. His clone prepared to enter a long period of seclusion and use the interface to increase his strength. As for his main body, he naturally entered the Chaos Sea again to temper himself. He had not obtained some of the opportunities in the Chaos Sea yet. For example, the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's race, which was the Qing Yuan race, were still in a void world space in the Myriad World's ruins. Last time, because of the appearance of the 8 Clouds inheritance, he did not have time to take it. Now, he could go. In addition, the last 2 incomplete parts of the rank 9 Supreme Treasure, the 7 Mountains, were also in the Chaos Sea. He was prepared to travel in the Chaos Sea and find the incomplete parts. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. During this 1,000 years, the entire 4th universe was in a period of great turmoil. Outside the human race's territory, almost all the life star zones were at war. In the 4th universe, apart from the demons and ghosts, the major races still had some resistance. As for the other races, especially the top ones, because they had lost their Tao lords, it was difficult for them to resist the invasion of the human race's army. On this day, Jiang Xi's clone received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. The two of them met through a transmission phantom. Master. Jiang Xi's transmission phantom appeared in front of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. I didn't disturb your cultivation, did I? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked with a smile. No, I didn't. My cultivation has already risen to the level of a universe Tao Lord. I'm looking for an opportunity to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Jiang Xi smiled. Very good. It seems that as your master, I'm really going to fall behind you. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed when he heard Jiang Xi's confident words. He was a half-step heavenly venerable and was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he knew very well about Jiang Xi's current state. That's hard to say. Who knows, Master might break through first and become another heavenly venerable expert of the human race. Jiang Xi smiled. Of course, even so, he felt that he should be the first to break through. With the experience points, no one could compare to him in terms of cultivation speed. After 1,000 years of seclusion, he had used the experience points panel to increase everything that could be improved. Cultivation, True Body, Universe Tao Lord, 900 yuan/900 yuan, Clone, Universe Tao Lord, 900 yuan/900 yuan, Tao Technique, Ultimate Sword Tao, 1000 yuan/1000 yuan, 5 Elements Heavenly Tao, 1000 yuan/1000 yuan, Life Heavenly Tao, 1000 yuan/1000 yuan, Secret Technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Tao Scroll, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, 8 Lives, 589 yuan/20,000 yuan, Cloud Annihilation, 642 yuan/20,000 yuan. Cultivation Technique, Purple Firmament Sword Sutra Deduction, 1 million experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point. 7,852 trillion eternal experience point, 10253 yuan. Now, as long as he could deduce the Tao technique to the origin realm, he could directly advance to a heavenly venerable with 8 clouds inheritance. Of course, apart from his cultivation, his true combat strength had already surpassed many heavenly venerables. This was because the 8 lives and cloud annihilation that he had cultivated had already reached the second level of the 2 ultimate arts. His body was comparable to a Tier 7 supreme treasure. In the entire Chaos Sea, there was probably no powerhouse who could completely destroy his body, let alone kill him. The strength of his primordial spirit had reached the level of a second step heavenly venerable. There were not many powerhouses in the entire Chaos Sea who could surpass him. Now, in a real battle, probably only Ming Tianzuan, who was close to being an invincible heavenly venerable, could suppress him. There's one more thing. Recently, our race has discovered something strange, Tao Lord 9 Cloud said. Something strange? In the process of conquering the foreign races, we discovered that some of the foreign races who originally had no resistance began to have some resistance. Their overall strength seems to have increased compared to 1,000 years ago. Did the forces of the Chaos Sea interfere? Jiang Xi guessed something. That's right, it's the Juntian Holy Land. Dao Lord Nine Clouds nodded. Some time ago, we destroyed the ancestral land of an ordinary race. From their inheritance, we discovered a piece of inheritance information from the Juntian Holy Land. Only then did we know that the Juntian Holy Land had taken out a complete inheritance system that could reach the heavenly venerable level and secretly passed it down to a large number of races in the fourth universe. In the past 1,000 years, those foreign races relied on this inheritance system to secretly cultivate many immortal Dao powerhouses, Dao Lord Nine Clouds explained. Juntian Holy Land. They haven't given up on destroying the human race. It seems that I haven't killed enough. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the past 1,000 years, his true body had been wandering the Chaos Sea and had killed many Dao Lord powerhouses of the Juntian Holy Land. However, I'm afraid that their plan to suppress our human race is going to fail after 1,000 years of accumulation. The number of elites and geniuses of the human race has reached a critical point that is about to explode. At that time, even if those foreign races have the inheritance of the Juntian Holy Land, it will be useless. They can't compare to the geniuses and powerhouses of the human race at all. Dao Lord Nine Clouds laughed. That's right. Sooner or later, the foreign races will be conquered by the human race. Jiang Xi laughed as well. With the help of the Eight Clouds inheritance, the human race's cultivation system was even more perfect. The probability of emerging geniuses increased by 100 or 1,000 times. 1,000 years was enough to accumulate to a point of explosion. Of course, this was only a small explosion. The longer the time, the more powerful the human race would be and the greater their potential would be. On the other side, the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. A 9-story pagoda was advancing at high speed. It was Jiang Xi's true body that was controlling the heaven-connecting tower. In the past 1,000 years, he had been wandering all over the Chaos Sea in order to find the incomplete parts of the Tier 9 Supreme Treasure, the 7th mountain, through the connection between Supreme Treasures. Juntian Holy Land. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a bloody light. In that case, let's make a trip there. It just so happens that it's closer to the Myriad World's ruins. I can take the treasures of the green primordial race along the way. Chapter 646. Jiang Xi drove Sky Connecting Tower and spent half a month in Chaos Sea before finally arriving at Juntian Holy Land. This was also his first time getting close to Eternal Holy Land. Looking from afar, one could only see boundless primal chaos fog surging in the void like a surging ocean. And a behemoth was floating in the Chaos Sea. The size of Juntian Holy Land was second only to the 4 original universes. It was much larger than all the Celestial Venerate miniature universes he had seen before. If he had to give an exact number, the diameter of a Celestial Venerate miniature universe was at most 9 trillion light-years. And the diameter of Juntian Holy Land's universe was more than 50 trillion light-years. Let's check it out first. Jiang Xi immediately teleported over. Whoosh! 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 He teleported several times and crossed a distance. Finally, he arrived at a position 100 million light-years away from Juntian Holy Land. Huh! Jiang Xi instantly froze there as if he was frozen. Then, he looked down at the armor on his body. This was an armor true treasure transformed from the 9th tier true treasure, 7 mountains. This armor, which had completely turned pure black, was trembling slightly. Vaguely, he could feel that it was a true treasure from the direction of Juntian Holy Land. It's sensing it. Jiang Xi quivered, and his eyes lit up. He stared at the incomparably huge Holy Land in front of him. The last 2 mountains are in Juntian Holy Land. Jiang Xi's eyes burst with a bloody light, but he quickly suppressed it. His heart was full of desire. He really wanted to kill his way in. However, this was not realistic at all for him now. After receiving 8 clouds' inheritance, although he could not see the information of the eternal state, he could vaguely guess that the 2 primordial realm supremes in Chaos Sea should not be able to leave the eternal universe. Otherwise, the 2 supremes would have surrounded him during the fight for 8 clouds' inheritance instead of letting their celestial venerates and Tao lords capture him. Therefore, if it was in Chaos Sea, as long as he did not meet an invincible celestial venerate, he was not afraid. However, it was hard to say inside the Holy Land. That was the territory of the Supremes. With his current strength, only death awaited him if he challenged them. Fuck. Jiang Xi could not help but swear. How long has it been? If he counted the time he spent in seclusion in the 8-cloud pavilion, then he had not cursed for 1 billion years. However, at this moment, Jiang Xi couldn't help but curse. Why is he in the Great Sky Holy Land? In the entire Chaos Ocean, there are so many miniature universes. If they are in the miniature universes of celestial venerables, I might be able to get my hands on them. Even in the Red Lotus Holy Land, I can think of a way, but why is it in the Great Heaven Holy Land? Jiang Xi was furious in his heart. The Juntian Holy Land and him were like fire and water. Since 1,000 years ago, they had been thinking of ways to exterminate the 4th universe's human race. The conflict between the 2 was absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, he had also killed some Tao lords of the Juntian Holy Land during the 1,000 years he had been traveling in the Chaos Sea. This conflict had deepened even further. Strange. Since the final 2 mountains are in the Great Sky Holy Land, why didn't they discover the connection between the 2 mountains and Mount Xianhuang? Jiang Xi frowned. On second thought, he understood. It's because the distance is too far. Just like when I obtained the 3 mountains from Master 9 Firmaments, I couldn't sense Mount Xianhuang either. It wasn't until I went to Gold Flow River and passed through the space whirlpool that I sensed it. And these 2 mountains of the Great Sky Holy Land might not have left the Holy Land universe in all these years. Then, there are 2 possibilities now. One is that some weak fellows like Tribulation Transcenders and True Lords who aren't qualified to leave the Holy Land universe obtained it. The other is that it was placed in the treasure vault of some strong being as a useless item, Jiang Xi guessed. The grade of the incomplete 2 mountains was definitely not high. It was already not bad if it was a 2nd stage true treasure. As for the Tao Lords of the Holy Land universe, they naturally disdained to use a true treasure of this level. That was why the last 2 mountains had never appeared in the Chaos Sea. This is troublesome. With the conflict between the 2 sides, the Great Sky Holy Land definitely wouldn't give the final 2 mountains to him. In that case, there's only one way. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. Capture someone. It was commonly known as kidnapping. Capture the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land and make a deal with them. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi turned around and teleported to another place. Originally, he came to the Great Sky Holy Land this time to block the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land who entered and left the Holy Land universe and then kill them. Now, he couldn't wait any longer. This was because blocking people was a very time-consuming process. It would be good if he could block 1 or 2 in 10,000 years. That was far from enough. Therefore, he could only capture the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land who were roaming the Chaos Sea. At the same time, in a prosperous life star system inside the Great Sky Holy Land universe. You and I are fated. Are you willing to take me as your master? The voice of a 5th-rank true lord with 6 arms rumbled in the sky above a planet. Below, an ordinary member of the Great Sky Holy Land was kneeling. He only had 2 arms and looked very similar to a human. The youth who was only at the Tao integration stage immediately revealed an excited expression. Yes, disciple is willing. Disciple greets master. However, he waited for a long time and didn't see this powerful existence reply. He gathered his courage and looked up, only to see this powerful existence in a daze. Master! Master! He called out twice in a row. The six-armed man came back to his senses and smiled. Stay here for the time being. I'll come and pick you up in the future. After speaking, he teleported and disappeared. Only the youth was left kneeling on the ground with a dumbfounded expression. This powerful existence was playing with him. After the six-armed man teleported to another starry sky, he stopped. He looked at the trembling gray armor on his body in shock. Could this be the reaction of a true treasure? My gray stone armor is actually incomplete. The six-armed man was extremely excited. With the foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, the information that a true lord knew about a true treasure naturally far surpassed the strong beings of the four primal universes. The six-armed man was very clear that although his gray stone armor was only a second-stage true treasure, the space-time domain function it came with was extremely magical. This made him very famous among the fifth-rank true lords. I've lived for 380 calamity eras and traveled throughout the Holy Land universe, but I've never encountered such a thing. Therefore, this true treasure's reaction is definitely not in the Holy Land universe but from the Chaos Sea. The problem is that I'm only a quasi-Daelord and am not qualified to enter the Chaos Sea. Thinking of this, the six-armed man was worried. He could only report this matter to the Tao Lords of the Holy Land and ask them to find a chance to find the incomplete gray stone armor. However, he was also very clear that this hope was very slim. Most likely, no Tao Lord would be willing to specially search the Chaos Sea for a fifth-rank true lord like him. On the other side, a month later, Chaos Sea, the abyss of Space Trap. This was the huge abyss left behind after Mount Xianhuang disappeared, and it was also the new third most dangerous place in the Chaos Sea. The entire abyss was more than 100 million light-years in diameter, second only to the Myriad World's ruins. In terms of danger, it was not much inferior to the Myriad World's ruins and Gold River, the two ancient most dangerous places. Boom! A 9-story tower was moving at high speed and plunging directly into the abyss. Within the true treasure space, Jiang Xi carried the shadow-killing sword on his back and looked at the abyss. He said softly, "The Great Sky Holy Land sent many strong beings to search the abyss of Space Trap in order to find Mount Xianhuang. I should be able to get enough chips here to trade with the Great Sky Holy Land. Look, it's the rank 7 supreme treasure, Heaven Connecting Tower. It's the Heaven Connecting Tower of the Fourth Universe. I heard that 1,000 years ago, there was a huge battle in the Fourth Universe. Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race used this Heaven Connecting Tower to resist the full-force attack of the United Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance for the human race. Its power is incomparably powerful. Although the abyss of Space Trap had not been formed for long, many of the experts who cultivated in Mount Xianhuang had stayed behind. They were well informed and naturally knew what happened in the Fourth Universe. Moreover, after that battle, Jiang Xi did not intend to continue hiding the information about Heaven Connecting Tower. With his strength, there was naturally no need to hide in this Chaos Sea and let the news spread. Therefore, all the major factions in the Chaos Sea knew about the existence of Heaven Connecting Tower. Now, these experts who were wandering in the abyss of Space Trap immediately knew that Jiang Xi had come when they saw Heaven Connecting Tower. Therefore, these experts from the various factions in the Chaos Sea hurriedly sent this information back to their own factions. Patriarch, the human race's Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe just entered the abyss of Space Trap. Master Heavenly Venerate, we found traces of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Ancestor, just now, Tao Lord Mountain Sea came to the abyss of Space Trap. Although the Chaos Sea was huge, the news spread very quickly. In just one day, the news spread throughout the four primal universes and the two holy lands. After all, ever since Jiang Xi obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, he had become a moving treasure in the eyes of the entire Chaos Sea. Who didn't want to obtain the inheritance from Jiang Xi? However, they didn't have the ability. Back then, dozens of heavenly venerates and almost 1,000 universe realm Tao lords joined forces and surrounded the 8 Cloud ruins, but they still couldn't stop Jiang Xi. In addition, in the past 1,000 years, Jiang Xi had fought many battles in the Chaos Sea and killed many Tao lords. He was infamous. This made everyone understand that it was impossible to obtain the inheritance from Jiang Xi. Instead, they had to hide from Jiang Xi. All the Tao lords of our race, listen up. Do not provoke Tao Lord Mountain Sea. If you see him from afar, avoid him immediately. Pass down the order. All the Tao lords are not to provoke Jiang Xi. Thus, Jiang Xi entered the abyss of space trap without any obstruction. Now, only those heavenly venerates dared to provoke him. As for heavenly venerates, they were usually in the depths of the abyss. As for Tao lords, now, all the major factions knew that even the top universe realm Tao lords wouldn't be able to last more than 3 strikes from Tao Lord Mountain Sea. When they saw heaven-piercing tower go directly into the depths of the abyss, those Tao lords heaved a sigh of relief. This was a malefic star. In the 2 wars of the 8 Cloud Ruins and the 4th universe, Tao Lord Mountain Sea alone killed more than 2,000 Tao lords. They all thought that I would start a massacre. I'm not stupid. Jiang Xi stood in the treasure space of heaven-piercing tower and looked at the churning chaos fog outside. Although I can easily kill Tao lords and am even better at it than many heavenly venerates, won't I be making enemies everywhere if I go on a killing spree? I'm not afraid of making enemies everywhere, but it will harm the human race and the races that rely on us. All the foreign race experts he had killed over the years had either attacked him of their own accord or had enmity with him, such as the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Apart from that, he would not take the initiative to kill other Tao lords. Jiang Xi knew very well that if he massacred foreign race Tao lords in Chaos Sea for no reason, the nature of the situation would be different. In that case, the heavenly venerates of the other races would also be able to hunt down the human race and the Tao lords that relied on the human race. At that time, weaker experts like Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Long Wall, Tao Lord Qingyu, and the others would find it difficult to move around in Chaos Sea. Therefore, even if he could obtain eternal EXP, Riverward would not do such a foolish act of killing at will, much less do it. He was a human, not a beast. With my combat strength, I can easily capture the Tao lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Then, let's begin. Then, Jiang Xi went all the way down. At the same time, he used his spirit sense to scan his surroundings to see if there were any experts from the Great Sky Sacred Ground. With the current strength of his essence spirit, he could scan an area of 30,000 light-years. A year later, in the depths of the Void Trap Abyss, Dual Spiral Domain. Whoosh! 2 huge vortexes formed by the chaos fog were tearing everything apart. They tore apart the surrounding void and disturbed spacetime, making it impossible for people to teleport. This was a terrifying danger zone left behind after Mount Xianhuang disappeared. The core area of the 2 huge vortexes was enough to annihilate the top universe realm Tao lords. At this moment, at the edge of the dual spiral domain, there was a huge stone celestial body floating in the air. The largest diameter of the stone celestial body was more than 1 billion kilometers, and there were 9 Tao lords entrenched on it. All of them were staring at the core of the distant vortex. A supreme treasure was about to be born there. No one expected that the dual spiral domain formed by the disappearance of Mount Xianhuang would be a place where supreme treasures have a high probability of appearing. In other places, it's already not bad if one Tier 5 supreme treasure appears in an epoch. But here, in just a short 1,000 years, more than 10 Tier 3 supreme treasures, 6 Tier 4 supreme treasures, and even 1 Tier 5 supreme treasure have appeared. The Tao lords were all waiting for the supreme treasure to appear with burning eyes. Suddenly, boom! In the distance, a stream of light was flying forward at high speed. The suction force of the dual spiral domain is extremely powerful. Who is it? Who dares to fly above the dual spiral domain? Aren't they worried about being swept down? It's Skirich Tower. A 9-story tower. It's Skirich Tower of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. No wonder he dares to charge in so directly. So it's a Tier 7 flying supreme treasure. If I had one, I would dare to charge into the depths of the dual spiral domain. On the stone celestial body, the 9 Tao Lords were all amazed. Skirich Tower is turning. It's flying towards us. Instantly, the 9 Tao Lords were all frantic. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea had no ill intentions towards them, why would he turn in their direction? Even if they wanted to flee now, it was already too late. They were already very close to the tower, and within the dual spiral domain, they didn't dare to teleport. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, we're willing to hand over this supreme treasure that's about to appear. They chose to back down. Skirich Tower gradually decelerated, hovering above the stone celestial body. Whoosh! A black-armored figure flew out, staring downwards as he swept the 9 Tao Lords with his gaze. Don't worry about the other 8 Tao Lords. I came here for him. Jiang Xi pointed downwards at one of the universe Tao Lords. Instantly, the other 8 Tao Lords on the stone celestial body turned to look, wanting to see which unlucky fellow it was. They saw a tall, muscular man with 8 arms. He first looked around, then looked up at Jiang Xi, his face filled with terror. Chapter 647. Me? I. The 8-armed man looked around. The other 8 Tao Lords all stood off to one side, intentionally moving a bit further away. Clearly, they were quite willing to see this 8-armed Tao Lord suffer a tragic fate. This was because this 8-armed man was the strongest among the 9 of them. Naturally, he had the highest chance of obtaining the supreme treasure that was about to appear. These alien Tao Lords could also see that Jiang Xi didn't care about the supreme treasure that was about to appear in the dual whirlpool domain. He was completely targeting this 8-armed man. They weren't worried about their own safety because Jiang Xi had roamed the Chaos Sea for so many years and had never wantonly killed anyone. In the past 1,000 years, many of his attacks were basically targeted at the Great Sky Sacred Land. Tao Lord Hong ran of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Jiang Xi looked down at the 8-armed man. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I've never met you before. We have no enmity. I've also never targeted the experts of the 4th universe's human race. May I know why you're looking for me? Tao Lord Hong Ran hurriedly said in fear and anxiety. Although he was a top universe Tao Lord and came from the eternal universe that didn't fear calamities, he naturally trembled in fear when he encountered someone who could easily kill him. In fact, he wanted to escape just now, but it was already too late when he saw the sky-piercing tower. No enmity. Your Great Sky Sacred Land has always targeted the human race. That's enmity. Jiang Xi sneered. The other 8 Tao Lords watched from the side and stayed away, afraid that they would be implicated. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, don't be unreasonable. Tao Lord Hong Ran said directly. If he wasn't in front of Jiang Xi, he would also be an extremely arrogant expert. Now, he could only endure. Don't struggle. Jiang Xi's expression was cold. Come in. Then, he berated. Instantly, a whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the sky-piercing tower. A powerful suction force instantly acted on Tao Lord Hong Ran below. No! Tao Lord Hong Ran roared and struggled with all his might. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're going to fight to the death with my Great Sky Sacred Land. Celestial Master Dark Ink of my Holy Land universe is in the abyss of pitch void right now. If you kill me, he'll definitely come for you. This roar caused the surrounding void to tremble. Tao Lord Hong Ran was already resisting with all his might, Celestial Venerable Dark Ink. I just happened to have a score to settle with him. Jiang Xi said coldly. Whoosh! Although Tao Lord Hong Ran tried his best to resist, he was still constantly being sucked into Heavenspan Tower. Then, it was completely sucked in and disappeared. This caused the 8 spectating alien Tao Lords to tremble in fear. They were so quiet that they didn't dare to make a sound. Although they knew how powerful Jiang Xi was, they were still terrified when they saw it with their own eyes. Downlord Hong Ran, who had dominated the Chaos Sea for countless eons, had been devoured by Heavenspan Tower so easily. I thought there would be a great battle. This Jiang Ci is too crazy. He actually doesn't take Downlord Hong Ran seriously at all. Moreover, many experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land are in the abyss of Pitch Void. Especially that Celestial Master Dark Ink, he's the second Great Sky Venerable expert of the Great Sky Sacred Land. His strength is incomparably terrifying. There aren't many in the entire Chaos Sea who can defeat him. That's right. Isn't he worried that he'll be intercepted by the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land if he attacks here? This abyss of Pitch Void isn't the vast Chaos Sea outside. He can escape at any time outside. Once he's blocked here, he'll probably be in danger. While they were discussing secretly via voice transmission, Jiang Ci held Heavenspan Tower in his hand and slowly descended, causing the expressions of the 8 alien Downlords to change drastically. What are you doing? You've already captured Downlord Hong Ran of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Why aren't you leaving? Jiang Ci stepped on the huge rock and looked at the 8 Downlords around him. These alien Downlords were all above the Aeon realm. 2 of them were even top Universe Realm Downlords, 1 step away from becoming a half-step Heavenly Venerable. He said directly, I captured Downlord Hong Ran to wait for the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land to come and stop me. You can also help me spread the news that I, Downlord Mountain and Sea, am waiting for the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land to come in the dual whirlpool region of the Abyss of Pitch Void. I'll only give them 10 years. If no experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land come in 10 years, I'll kill Downlord Hong Ran. Everyone, do you understand? Riverward asked with a cold gaze. Don't worry. Downlord Mountain and Sea, we'll do our best to help spread the news of such a small matter. How would the 8 alien Downlords dare to disobey? This Jiang Ci was really domineering. He directly wanted to go against the entire Great Sky Sacred Land. Naturally, they weren't willing to get involved. Now, they were just spreading the news. Even if Jiang Ci didn't instruct them, they would take the initiative to spread the news. After all, those who wanted to watch the show didn't mind blowing things up. Then, everyone, continue to wait for the treasure to appear. Don't worry about me. Jiang Ci waved his hand. Heavenspan Tower, which was originally in his palm, directly landed on the huge rock. Then, it rapidly expanded to hundreds of millions of kilometers tall and stood in the center of the huge rock. Jiang Ci entered the space of the supreme treasure and waited. Downlord Hong Ran, if none of the experts of your Great Sky Sacred Land come, don't blame me when you die, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Downlord Hong Ran, who was imprisoned in Heavenspan Tower, didn't say a word. Jiang Ci smiled. It was Downlord Hong Ran who reminded him of this decision just now. Since the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land wouldn't let him go, then it was just right. He would capture an expert of the Great Sky Sacred Land and wait here. It would save him the effort of searching the Great Sky Sacred Land. If he searched bit by bit, he would probably spend thousands of years and could only capture 10 or 8 experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Now, he just needed to wait for the rabbit to appear. It would be best if he could capture Heavenly Venerable Qing Yen this time. Jiang Ci's heart was filled with fighting spirit now. If it were a third-step Heavenly Venerable from the 4 primal universes, he might not be able to defeat them and wouldn't have the strength to capture them. But Heavenly Venerable Qing Yen from the Holy Land was different. This third-step Heavenly Venerable didn't have a miniature universe and only relied on a full set of 7th-step true treasures to maintain the combat power of a third-step Heavenly Venerable. And Jiang Ci didn't lack true treasures the least. A 7th-step true treasure was like a piece of paper in front of him now. Jiang Ci was one of the key figures in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. His every move was valued. He hadn't made a move since entering the abyss. Unexpectedly, he suddenly captured Tao Lord Hong ran from the Great Sky Sacred Land and announced that he would wait for the arrival of the other experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land in the Dual Whirlpool region for 10 years. There are many experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land in the abyss. Be it in the depths or the outer region, they can all arrive in the Dual Whirlpool region within a year. Tao Lord Mountain and Sea gave a 10-year deadline. Obviously, there's plenty of time. Tao Lord Mountain and Sea can be said to be the #1 madman in the Chaos Sea. Even the invincible heavenly venerable purple firmament didn't do such a crazy thing. He's the 8 clouds inheritor. He's indeed different, the news spread rapidly. That day, in the depths of the abyss of Pitfall region, in a dangerous place called the Fantasy Spirit Zone. The Fantasy Spirit Zone was one of the most dangerous places after the formation of the abyss of Pitfall region. It was famous for its illusions. Even with a 7-step primordial spirit true treasure, it would be difficult to escape once lost. Of course, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunities. If one was lucky, they would be able to gain a lot here. Rumble, an ancient flying ship floated outside the Fantasy Spirit Zone. On the flying ship, there was a huge plant creature, a fog creature, and an 8-armed man. They were the 3 great experts of the Xianhuang Mountain, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon, Heavenly Venerable Xia, and Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan. Qing Yan, that Tao Lord Mountain and Sea captured the experts of your Great Sky Sacred Land and specially spread the news that he was waiting for your experts in the Dual Whirlpool region. He even gave you 10 years. He knew that you were in the abyss of Pitfall region, but he still dared to take the initiative to spread the news. It seems that he's here for you. If you don't go, I'm afraid you'll become the joke of the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerable Xia chuckled. Qing Yan, are you going? Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon also looked over. They all knew some of the past between Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan and Jiang Xi. Back then, Jiang Xi had briefly appeared in the Xianhuang Mountain and killed a top universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan attacked and almost died in the Xianhuang Mountain. That kid has many supreme treasures on him. Although he's only a Tao Lord, even I don't have the confidence to capture him, let alone kill him, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon said. Many supreme treasures? My Great Sky Sacred Land doesn't lack supreme treasures. Since he dares to act so arrogantly this time, I'll capture him and force the 8 clouds inheritance out of him. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan sneered. He looked at Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xie. Are you going? No. I don't want to provoke the humans of the 4th universe. Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xie both shook their heads. What a joke. Apart from Jiang Xi, the humans of the 4th universe also had Heavenly Venerable Ming. The Great Sky Sacred Land wasn't afraid of Heavenly Venerable Ming, but they were worried that they would attract Heavenly Venerable Ming's killing intent. Then I'll be leaving. I'll be back soon after dealing with Jiang Xi. After saying that, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan rode his Tier 7 flying treasure and quickly turned into a stream of light and left. The Fantasy Spirit Zone was the most dangerous place in the abyss of Pitfall region. The 3 of them believed that they might be able to find some traces of Xianhuang Mountain's disappearance here and then use it to find Xianhuang Mountain. Therefore, the 3 of them were unwilling to give up on investigating this place. After Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan left, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xia looked at each other and then sent a message to the Tao Lords they were familiar with. If anyone is near the Dual Whirlpool domain, leave as soon as possible. If you can't leave in a short time, try to hide as much as possible. Don't run into that Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Dual Whirlpool domain, on the giant stone celestial body. Sky Piercer Tower stood in the center and waited silently, but there were already 11 Tao Lords around it. Clearly, many experts had already known that the Dual Whirlpool domain was about to be born. When they found out that Jiang Xi was only targeting the experts of the Jun Tian Holy Land, coupled with the temptation of the treasure, 3 other Tao Lords still took the risk and rushed over. At this moment, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're too arrogant. How dare you provoke the Jun Tian Holy Land alone? A woman with 8 arms rushed over with a giant hammer and roared as she attacked Skypiercer Tower. This was another top-tier universe Tao Lord from the Jun Tian Holy Land. In fact, the Tao Lords of the 2 Holy Land universes were basically all at the universe Tao Lord level. Finally, another one. A cold laugh came from the 9-story tower billions of kilometers tall. Come. Boom. A powerful suction force swept toward the 8-armed woman. This is... The 8-armed woman was stunned. After hearing the news, she immediately rushed over and didn't know that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had attacked Tao Lord Hongran. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the 8 Tao Lords deliberately concealed the news when they spread it. As a result, this 8-armed woman was taken into Skypiercer Tower without any warning. Another month passed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, how dare you provoke the Jun Tian Holy Land? Die. Come. Ah, come. Come. Just like that, for half a year, Jiang Xi used Skypiercer Tower to capture a total of 54 universe Tao Lords from the Jun Tian Holy Land. After that, no other Jun Tian Holy Land experts dared to challenge him. Moreover, the Jun Tian Holy Land had already given the order that apart from Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan, no one was allowed to attack. Now, the anger of the entire Jun Tian Holy Land's upper echelons had almost gathered into an ocean and was about to drown the entire Holy Land. However, they could only suppress their anger helplessly and wait for Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan to take action and capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea. There was no other way. Because the Holy Land universe couldn't produce new Heavenly Venerables, the number of Heavenly Venerables in the Jun Tian Holy Land wasn't many, only 7. Moreover, none of them had miniature universes, and their actual combat strength was far inferior to a true Heavenly Venerable. Boom! In the depths of the pitfall abyss, a terrifying figure flashed and headed straight for the dual spiral domain. I'm finally here. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan was filled with endless anger for countless eras. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan had given the various forces in the Chaos Sea the impression of a friendly Heavenly Venerable. However, in reality, it was just that he disdained to interact too much with those powerhouses who couldn't become eternal, let alone start a conflict. However, it was different this time. Tao Lord Mountain Sea repeatedly provoked the Jun Tian Holy Land. This was a disgrace to the Jun Tian Holy Land that had stood tall in the Chaos Sea for a long time. It was absolutely unforgivable. Time passed day by day. Rumble. The whirlpool of the dual spiral domain became even more terrifying, tearing the surrounding void. On the other hand, the outermost giant stone celestial body was much calmer. The 11 alien Tao Lords on it were all waiting expectantly. I reckon that Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan will arrive soon. That's right. Just wait. The Jun Tian Holy Land is counting on Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan to defeat Tao Lord Mountain Sea. I'm really looking forward to it. I think Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan will win this time. Last time outside the 8 Cloud Ruins, Tao Lord Mountain Sea escaped with the help of Heavenly Venerable Ming Ming. Now that he has no one to help him, he'll definitely lose. Just as they were chatting, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared about 100 light-years away from the dual spiral domain. The terrifying bolt of lightning cut through the void and arrived above the giant stone celestial body in the blink of an eye. This scene made the group of relaxed Tao Lords immediately excited. A great battle was about to break out. Chapter 648. Human, hurry up and hand over the experts of my great sky sacred land. A majestic voice resounded through the surrounding void. The huge bolt of lightning in the sky disappeared, and a tall 8-armed man appeared. Behind him floated the phantom of a giant hammer that was 1,000,000 kilometers tall. It was Celestial Venerable Dark Ink of the Great Sky Sacred Land. He looked coldly at Skypiercer Tower below. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink. A cold shout rang out. Jiang Xi walked out of Sky Piercer Tower, reached out, and shrunk the tower into his palm. He looked up at the colossal Celestial Venerable in the sky. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink, you sure are impressive. The fate of your 54 Universe Realm Dao Lords is in my hands. You have a favor to ask of me, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Humph. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink snorted and said coldly, speak. What will it take for you to let them out? He restrained his anger. After all, Jiang Xi was speaking the truth. He couldn't ignore the fate of 54 Universe Realm Dao Lords. Simple. You come in and they leave. Jiang Xi pointed at Sky Piercer Tower. As soon as these words came out, the alien Dao Lords who had been watching from the sidelines were all shocked. This Dao Lord of the Mountain Sea had really gone mad. How could the lives of 54 Universe Realm Dao Lords be compared to the lives of a lofty third-step Celestial Venerable? After all, there were only about 10 third-step Celestial Venerables in the entire Chaos Sea. Impudent! Celestial Venerable Dark Ink roared angrily, you're provoking me. You're courting death. Provoking? Jiang Xi laughed. You're wrong. This is an insult. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink was even angrier. At the same time, he understood that Jiang Xi had been waiting for him from the beginning. Not only to take revenge on the Great Sky Sacred Land, but also for that palm strike. It seems you're not willing to hand them over. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink looked down. I've never thought of handing them over. Jiang Xi sneered. Hong Ran, Hu Yin. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink stood in the sky and suddenly said a bunch of names. I'll avenge you. Upon hearing this, the alien Dao Lords who had hidden themselves within their flying treasures all grew excited. They understood that Empyrean Dark Ink's words meant that he had given up on rescuing the 54 Dao Lords. Clearly, the battle was about to begin. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, I'll make you understand how foolish it is to provoke a third-step Empyrean. Empyrean Blue Sink suddenly roared. The million-kilometer-tall giant hammer shadow behind him suddenly grew 10,000 times larger and smashed down on the giant stone celestial body. The power was so great that everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. This attack. Empyrean Dark Ink is too strong. We're so far away, but we're still affected. The alien Dao Lords who had been hiding within their flying treasures were so terrified that they hurriedly took control of their treasures and scattered in every direction. In order to watch this shocking battle, they were even willing to risk their lives. Fortunately, Empyrean Dark Ink did not target them. But of course, Jiang Xi had no intention of attacking these alien Dao Lords. Boom! The giant hammer shadow that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth smashed down on Jiang Xi who was on the giant stone celestial body. Ha, good timing. Jiang Xi was looking up at the sky. The height of a human seemed rather small in front of Empyrean Dark Ink. However, Jiang Xi's aura did not lose to his opponent at all. Kill! Jiang Xi slashed out with his Tier 8 ultimate treasure, the Shadow-Slaying Sword. Sword light lit up and instantly streaked across the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded and gathered into a huge black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed into the black and white sphere. In an instant, the diameter of the black and white sphere reached 10 billion kilometers. Poof! The black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A resplendent sword light flashed and swept directly toward the giant hammer shadow that was descending from the sky. Tier 7 Secret Technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra Heavenly Tao Volume 3, Destruction and Rebirth. This Tao Lord Mountain Sea is too arrogant. He's obviously only using a Tier 7 Secret Technique. How can he block Empyrean Dark Ink's Tier 9 Secret Technique? It seems like Dao Lord Mountain Sea is only SOSO, the 11 Dao Lords of other races were watching the battle from afar. Ever since the 8 Cloud ruins appeared, the experts of the various factions in Chaos Sea had also broken down the ranks of secret techniques and knew the characteristics and power of each level of secret techniques now. The Sword Dao secret technique that Jiang Ci used looked quite mysterious, but in reality, the power condensed was not as strong as Empyrean Dark Ink's Giant Hammer secret technique. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you'll definitely lose today. If you let go of the Tao Lords of my sacred ground and follow me to the great sky sacred ground obediently, I can consider sparing your life. Empyrean Dark Ink snorted coldly. You talk too much. Jiang Ci sneered. Then die. Empyrean Dark Ink's heart stirred. Instantly, the giant hammer's shadow grew larger and was about to collide with the sword light. Chi, a shocking scene appeared. The giant hammer shadow with monstrous power actually shattered like a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Boom! 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 Then, the terrifying impact produced by the collision of the two secret techniques spread out. In almost an instant, it had spread hundreds of light years away. Empyrean Dark Ink also took a few steps back under the impact, shattering pieces of the void. He looked at Jiang Ci with confusion and shock. A level 7 secret technique defeated a level 9 secret technique? Impossible. Empyrean Dark Ink roared in shock and anger. Even if you have the many mysteries of the 8 Cloud inheritance, you still have to die today. Whoosh, each of his 8 arms held a strange dark golden hammer. It was his level 7 offensive supreme treasure that could be divided into 8 parts and was very suitable for his body. Take this. Empyrean Dark Ink roared. Buzz! 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 The level 7 supreme treasure spun continuously, and streaks of golden lightning shot out from each of the hammers. Then, according to the level 9 secret technique he created, it condensed into an incomparably huge hammer that was no longer a shadow. This was the combination of a secret technique and a supreme treasure. If the supreme treasure was strong enough, it could greatly enhance the attack power of the secret technique. 8 lives. Jiang Ci's body skyrocketed 1,000,000 times, becoming a towering giant. One of the 2 ultimate techniques of the 8 Cloud inheritance, 8 lives, was an ultimate technique that specialized in the body. The attack methods hidden in it could increase his body's strength in a short period of time. Destruction and rebirth. Then, the giant Jiang Ci swung his sword again. The level 8 supreme treasure, Killer's Shadow Sword, wrapped in a layer of black and white sword light, also suddenly became 1,000,000 times larger and directly met the dark golden hammer. This was a true head-on collision. Without the restrictions of the primal universe's laws of heaven and earth, his sword directly erupted with the strongest power. A level 8 supreme treasure and a level 7 secret technique against a level 7 supreme treasure and a level 9 secret technique. The huge Killer's Shadow Sword slashed through the void and directly hit the dark golden hammer. Clang! A terrifying power erupted. Even though the Chaos Sea space was extremely stable, terrifying cracks still exploded at this moment. In just an instant, the dark golden hammer directly flew out and smashed into Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Impossible! Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink roared, his face filled with disbelief. Whoosh! But in the next moment, the giant that had become taller than him held the stone-gray sword and slashed out again at lightning speed. This sword directly smashed into Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, who was still flying backward. Crack! The level 7 supreme treasure armor on Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink's body directly cracked into fine lines. His body's aura also weakened slightly. But immediately after, the armor and his body recovered to their original state. A level 8 supreme treasure. A third step Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink looked at Jiang Ci in shock. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Jiang Ci, who was like a towering giant, continuously swung the level 8 supreme treasure, Killer's Shadow Sword, and used the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's destruction and rebirth sword technique. It looked like a demon god had descended into the world. He was fighting with the equally tall 8-armed Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink and was not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had a slight advantage and forced Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink to retreat step by step. How can he be so strong? He's a Tao Lord. Don't Tao Lords only have the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate at most? He must have obtained that level 8 supreme treasure from 8 Clouds' inheritance. But even if he has a level 8 supreme treasure, he shouldn't have the combat strength of a third-step Heavenly Venerate, right? Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink kept retreating and found it even more difficult to understand. Moreover, he discovered that his attacks could not hurt Jiang Xi at all. Whether it was Jiang Xi's body or essence spirit, there was no sign of weakening at all. It was like Jiang Xi's body and essence spirit were also wearing extremely high-grade armor and soul armor. This made Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink jealous and angry, but he still remained calm. Judging from the current situation, he indeed could not do anything to Jiang Xi, but it was not to the extent of being completely defeated. It seems that I can only delay him now and inform the other Heavenly Venerates of the sacred ground, but at this moment. Collect. Riverward, who was like a giant that could hold up the heavens, suddenly shouted. A 9-story pagoda spiraled out from his body, and then rapidly expanded, becoming a colossus that was 9 light-years tall. The Supreme Treasure, Heaven-Piercing Tower, revealed the power of a level 9 Supreme Treasure for the first time. The huge 9-story tower directly pressed down on Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, who was originally considered huge, was now smaller than an ant in front of the 9 light-year tall heaven-piercing tower. Therefore, he had no room to dodge at all, let alone escape. Buzz! It was as if a world was slowly crushing down. The void trembled slightly. It was extremely slow, but also extremely fast. The entire heaven-piercing tower almost instantly fell on top of Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink's head. This. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was stunned. He just wanted to continue fighting and inform the other Heavenly Venerates of the sacred ground, then, he could not move. He was directly locked by the terrifying aura of heaven-piercing tower. So heavy, so heavy. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink only felt endless pressure coming from the huge heaven-piercing tower. This was not pure gravity, but also a kind of suppression. The moment heaven-piercing tower pressed down on him, the two seemed to have become one. That endless pressure also became his own pressure. This made him feel as if he was carrying a huge miniature universe. It was so heavy that he could not move an inch. Impossible! Impossible! Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink roared with all his might as thunder and lightning energy erupted all over his body. He tried his best to resist the suppression of heaven-piercing tower and flew slowly with great difficulty. That speed was probably not even 10,000 kilometers per second. No. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink tried his best to resist, however, accelerating to 10,000 kilometers per second was already his limit. The faster he went, the stronger the suppression of heaven-piercing tower was. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xi just chuckled. This was the first time he used heaven-piercing tower with all his strength to display the power of this godly monarch supreme treasure. Yes, the supreme treasure of chaos origin godly monarch. When he received the inheritance of 8 Clouds godly general had once revealed that heaven-piercing tower once belonged to a divine monarch of the primordial realm. That peerless divine monarch was one of the few beings who could stand close to the emperors of the primordial realm. Therefore, heaven-piercing tower was naturally powerful. In the past, he was not strong enough to unleash the power of this supreme treasure. Now that he had reached the limit of a Tao Lord, his actual combat power was comparable to a third-step celestial venerate. Naturally, he could unleash some of its power. Of course, this was far from the true power of heaven-piercing tower. It's more than enough to suppress this third-step celestial venerate without a miniature universe, Jiang Xi thought. Withdraw. He shouted coldly again. The base of heaven-piercing tower opened, and a terrifying suction force erupted. No. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink could not escape from heaven-piercing tower. I'm a third-step Celestial Venerate, a Celestial Venerate of the eternal universe. I'm not afraid of calamities. How can I be defeated by a Tao Lord? My life and death are in someone else's hands. Impossible. This can't be. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was going crazy. It had only been tens of thousands of years. Last time, he had almost killed Jiang Ci with one slap. Now, he was about to be suppressed. The next moment, with a final roar, I can't accept this, the roar disappeared, and the void where the dual whirlpool domain was located returned to silence. The other 11 Tao Lords were hiding in their respective flying true treasures, watching the battle from afar. They had seen the entire process of the battle and saw the unbelievable outcome of the battle. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, lost? He couldn't fight back at all. Is Heaven-Piercing Tower really a 7th-tier true treasure? Something big happened. A Tao Lord suppressed a third-step Celestial Venerate. The 11 alien Tao Lords were deeply shocked. After they snapped back to their senses, they hurriedly spread the news of the results of the battle through various channels. All the major powers in Chaos Sea were indeed paying attention to this battle. This was because this was the first time the 8 Clouds heirs were fighting a Celestial Venerate. Soon, they all received the news and learned the result of the battle. For a moment, the entire Chaos Sea fell into silence and confusion. Originally, they guessed that Jiang Ci would definitely not be a match for Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, but he would be able to survive in the end. But now, the result was reversed. Moreover, although Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was not dead, his life and death were now in Jiang Ci's hands. It was no different from death. The major factions of Chaos Sea immediately raised their vigilance against Jiang Ci. However, the Great Sky Sacred Land is in trouble now. The Great Sky Sacred Land is controlling the forces of the Fourth Universe behind the scenes to fight against the human race and suppress their development. Now, the human Tao Lord of the mountains and seas of the Fourth Universe was able to capture Celestial Black Ink and 54 other Tao Lords despite being just a Tao Lord. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea becomes a true Heavenly Venerate in the future, he will probably be even more terrifying than Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. If this continues, the Great Sky Sacred Land will suffer a huge loss. I really don't understand. As an eternal existence, why does the Great Sky Sacred Land have to deal with the humans of the Fourth Universe? It's the same for the Red Lotus Sacred Land. They directly destroyed the humans of the Second and Third Universes. No matter what, these two sacred lands are in trouble after becoming enemies with the human race. You think too highly of the human race. After all, they are not eternal. When the calamity is over, the human race will disappear in the crisis of the calamity. Even if the sacred lands are temporarily at a disadvantage, they are still eternal existences. In the next calamity, they will still be the strongest faction in Chaos Sea. The attitudes of the major factions toward Tao Lord Mountain Sea were very complicated. Some were optimistic, while others were belittling him, but not a single faction was able to guess why Riverward had captured so many powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land. Chapter 649. The major forces of Chaos Sea had guessed one thing correctly: the Jun Tian Holy Land was in trouble. Because they had been paying attention to Jiang Ci's every move, they soon discovered that Jiang Ci had gone directly outside the Jun Tian Holy Land universe after leaving the abyss of pitch void. What was he going to do? For a time, the Chaos Sea was filled with exclamations. The Celestial Venerables and Tao Lords of the major forces were puzzled. Could it be that this 8 Clouds inheritor was really going to provoke the entire Holy Land universe? It was fine if he was in the abyss of pitch void. After all, there was still some distance from the Jun Tian Holy Land. If something really happened, there was still a chance to escape. Outside the Jun Tian Holy Land, with the foundation of this Holy Land universe, they could quickly organize nearly 1,000 Tao Lords. The remaining 6 celestial venerables could also quickly rush over. Even if Jiang Xi had the combat strength of a third-step celestial venerable, he couldn't defeat so many powerhouses alone, right? Otherwise, there would have been other third-step celestial venerables challenging the 2 Holy Land universes over the years. The incomparably huge Jun Tian Holy Land universe floated in the endless chaotic gray fog. At this time, a 9-story tower 9 light-years tall stood outside the Holy Land universe, only 1 light-year away. 1 light-year seemed very far, but to celestial venerables and Tao lords, it was no different from 1 meter. They could cross it in an instant. In the treasure space of Heaven Connecting Tower, the desperate celestial venerable Qing Yan saw Jiang Xi's crazy actions and sneered crazily. "You're courting death. Even if you have the strength of a third-step celestial venerable, you can't withstand a single blow from the Jun Tian Holy Land. I advise you to let us go obediently. Otherwise, the human race of the 4th universe will be implicated by you and be annihilated." Celestial Venerable Qing Yan still wanted to live. "Want to live? Sure." Jiang Xi smiled. Celestial Venerable Qing Yan's eyes flashed. "I know you have a way to contact the other powerhouses in the Holy Land. Now, pass on a message for me. I need 3 8th-tier true treasures, 10 7th-tier true treasures, 100 6th-tier true treasures, 1,000 5th-tier true treasures, 10,000 4th-tier true treasures, and 300,000 1st-tier to 3rd-tier true treasures. With this as a deal, I can consider letting you go," Jiang Xi said with a calm smile. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink's eyes widened in shock. Was Jiang Xi crazy? With so many supreme treasures, the Great Heaven Holy Land would likely be emptied out. 8th-tier treasure. He knew that 1,000 years ago, Great Sky Supreme had once bestowed 7 8th-tier supreme treasures. But those were the cornerstone treasures of the Great Sky Holy Land and could not be taken out. Apart from 8th-tier supreme treasures, the value of other supreme treasures was also unimaginable. For example, 300,000 Stage 1 to Stage 3 low-tier true treasures. Even the entire Chaos Sea did not have that many. "Impossible, this is kidnapping and extortion," he shouted angrily. "Yes, I did kidnap and blackmail." Jiang Xi's smile remained unchanged. "That's impossible. Just kill us." "All right. Wait. Can you reduce the number a little? Like those 300,000 Stage 1 to Stage 3 low-tier supreme treasures, we can't take it out at all. Even in the entire Chaos Sea, it's impossible to have so many low-tier supreme treasures." Celestial Venerable Dark Ink said with great difficulty. He lowered his head, feeling even more ashamed and furious in his heart. Haha, to be able to see the famous Celestial Venerable Dark Ink lower his head, there's no harm in reducing it a little. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. "How about this, 300,000 Stage 1 to Stage 3 supreme treasures can be reduced to 30,000. However, these 30,000 must be low-tier supreme treasures with special functions, such as suppression, bewitchment, armor transformation, armor cracking, and so on." Unknowingly, Riverward had added his own goal into the conversation. Low-tier supreme treasures were ordinary to begin with. Those that could have additional functions were all rare items. Therefore, if the Great Sky Holy Land wanted to take out 30,000 such low-tier supreme treasures, they could definitely find the 2 mountain peaks and deliver them to him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Great Sky Holy Land was willing to trade with him. As for killing Celestial Venerable Dark Ink and these Universe Realm Tao Lords, Jiang Xi felt that it was better to retrieve the damaged parts of the supreme treasures for now. In terms of value, his supreme treasure, the 7th mountain, was naturally more valuable. This supreme treasure was also a supreme treasure that surpassed the limits. However, due to the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws, a large portion of its power could not be unleashed. If he could find the last 2 mountains, the 7th mountain would evolve into the 9th mountain. Although the power that the Supreme Treasure could unleash could not break through the limits, the quality of the Supreme Treasure itself would definitely return to its original peak state. When he reached the upper realm in the future, this Supreme Treasure would be his greatest trump card. Therefore, his primary goal was to find the two mountains. As for these powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land, he could kill them at any time in the future. In any case, they would not run out of the Chaos Sea. On the other side, in a magnificent temple in the Great Hammer Divine World of the Great Sky Holy Land, Celestial Venerable Dark Ink had already begun discussing the deal with the other Celestial Venerable powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land through the incarnation he left in the Holy Land. The 7 Celestial Venerables sat in front of a huge round table. These are the conditions he proposed. How should we decide? Celestial Venerable Dark Ink spoke of Jiang Xi's conditions in a low voice, his expression extremely ugly. He is robbing us. 3 Tier 8 Supreme Treasures and so many Tier 6, Tier 5, and Tier 4 Supreme Treasures. 30,000 Tier 1 to Tier 3 Supreme Treasures. Has he gone mad from poverty? It should be that the human race has gone mad from poverty, with Celestial Venerable Wan Luo leading the other 6 Great Sky Holy Land Empyrean powerhouses were incomparably furious. In the end, everyone's gazes fell on Celestial Venerable Wan Luo. Great Sky Supreme rarely appeared. Therefore, the affairs of the Holy Land were usually handled by the strongest Celestial Venerable Wan Luo. Celestial Venerable Wan Luo frowned and finally said, "My Great Sky Holy Land has already stood tall in the Chaos Sea for thousands of epochs. In these long years, the supreme treasures we have collected can be said to be massive. Besides those 3 Tier 8 supreme treasures, taking out the rest is not a big deal to us. However, if Qing Yan dies, it will be a great loss for us." Hearing Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's words, except for Celestial Venerable Qing Yan's incarnation, the other 5 Celestial Venerables nodded solemnly because the Holy Land universe was not enough to support the birth of new Celestial Venerables. The current 7 Celestial Venerables of the Great Sky Holy Land had all existed before the creation of the Holy Land universe. If any of them died, it would be a loss. And Celestial Venerable Qing Yan was ranked in the top 3 among them. He could be said to be second only to Celestial Venerable Wan Luo. If he really died, the loss would be great. As for the 54 Universe Tao Lords, these Celestial Venerables did not care much about them. This was because the Great Sky Holy Land had too many Quasi-Dao Lords, and the Great Sky Holy Land universe could only support a limited number of Tao Lords. Only when the other Tao Lords died would the Quasi-Dao Lords have a chance to break through to become Tao Lords. Therefore, they were not worried that the death of these Tao Lords would cause great losses to the Holy Land. Just like last time, in order to compete for the 8 Clouds inheritance, they had lost nearly 100 Universe Tao Lords. However, after more than 1,000 years, the gap of nearly 100 Universe Tao Lords had been filled. So, we will trade with him. That's the only way. What else can we do? Celestial Venerable Qing Yan is in his hands now, and Heavenspan Tower is an existence that we can't shake. Although the Celestial Venerables were furious, they could only agree to this deal helplessly. They all knew that the 8 Clouds inheritor, Jiang Xi, had hidden his strength too deeply. Without a sound, his actual combat strength had reached the 3rd step Celestial Venerable level. He even suddenly took out 2 powerful treasures that were at least rank 8, a stone sword and a Heavenspan Tower. They could confirm that the stone sword definitely came from the 8 Clouds inheritance. As for the Heavenspan Tower, it was a treasure that Jiang Xi had possessed since a long time ago. This was because Jiang Xi had once used this treasure to block the attacks of other Tao Lords when fighting for the 8 Clouds inheritance. Now that they thought about it, this Jiang Xi was really an existence with deep fortuitous opportunities. To be able to possess a rank 8 treasure before obtaining the 8 Clouds inheritance. Try not to provoke him in the future. After this calamity is over, even if he can cultivate eternity, he will eventually go to the upper realm and will never be able to return to the Chaos Sea. At that time, he won't be able to threaten our great sky holy land at all. Celestial Venerable Wan Luo added the other celestial venerables and nodded. Now, none of them doubted whether Jiang Xi could cultivate eternity. Obviously, he definitely could. Jiang Xi was only at the Dao Lord realm, but he already had the combat strength of a third-step celestial venerable. When he really became a celestial venerable in the future, how strong would he be? It would probably be easy to cultivate eternity. Fortunately, they were celestial venerables of the Holy Land universe and knew some secrets. For example, after cultivating eternity, one would eventually have to go to the upper realm because the Chaos Sea did not allow powerhouses above the eternal realm to stay. This was also the reason why the two eternal supremes had never appeared in the Chaos Sea. The use of a rank 8 treasure needs to be applied to the supremes. I will handle this. Our Holy Land's treasure vault has a stock of rank 4 to rank 7 treasures. It's very simple to take them out. Only rank 1 to rank 3 low-grade treasures are a problem. We definitely won't be able to take out 300,000 of them. We can only search for those low-grade treasures with special functions in the Holy Land. Now, let's start searching. Celestial Venerable Wan Luo looked at the other supremes in front of the round table and quickly made arrangements. The rich and overbearing Great Sky Holy Land did not really take so many treasures to heart. In any case, they were eternal existences. If they took out the treasures now, they could still search for more treasures after countless epochs. In their eyes, protecting the life of Celestial Venerable Qing Yan was more important. Apart from Celestial Venerable Qing Yan, the other 6 Celestial Venerables of Great Sky Holy Land began to act separately. Among them, 5 Celestial Venerables were responsible for dispatching the various Dao Lords in the Holy Land. Then, through these Dao Lords, they mobilized the perfected Lord-level clansmen to search for various treasures with special functions. With their efficiency, the search was naturally not slow. In a short day, they collected 30,000 rank 1 to rank 3 low-grade treasures. As for Celestial Venerable Wan Luo, he went to the giant hammer in the center of the Great Hammer Divine World to report this matter to Great Sky Supremacy. Great Sky Supremacy's true body was not in the Holy Land. Although Great Sky Supremacy knew everything that happened in the Holy Land, it was impossible for him to pay attention to every detail. Therefore, sometimes, Celestial Venerable Wan Luo and other experts had to use the giant hammer treasure left behind by Great Sky Supremacy to inform them of the happenings in the Holy Land. Soon, when almost all the low-grade treasures were collected, Great Sky Supremacy's side also responded. I reject the deal. The 7 Celestial Venerables led by Celestial Venerable Wan Luo were stunned. After working for so long, the Supremacy rejected the deal. Not long after, the 7 Celestial Venerables gathered in the temple again. However, this time, there was an additional figure shrouded in gray fog on the main seat. It was Great Sky Supremacy. Supremacy, why is this? Celestial Venerable Wan Luo mustered up his courage and asked. Yes, Supremacy. Qing Yan's strength is second only to Wan Luo. If he falls, our Holy Land will lose a pillar of support. Supremacy, please reconsider. The other Celestial Venerables also chimed in. Only Celestial Venerable Qing Yan lowered his head and did not say a word. His expression was extremely complicated. His eternity was given by Great Sky Supremacy. If Great Sky Supremacy wanted him to die, he could not resist and could only die. Humph. Great Sky Supremacy snorted coldly after hearing the few Celestial Venerables' words. Stupid. Haven't you thought about why Jiang Xi proposed such a deal? What benefits does this deal bring to him? If the deal is completed, although Qing Yan's life will be preserved, Jiang Xi will definitely gain greater benefits. Otherwise, he would never propose such a deal. You should know that treasures below the 9th stage are like chicken ribs to the eternal powerhouses of the upper realm. It was rare for Great Sky Supremacy to speak so much. He also revealed a lot of information that shocked Celestial Venerable Wan Luo and the rest. Even Chaos Seed did not have a rank 9 treasure. How could it be so useless in the upper world? Great Sky Supremacy's face was dark. It was just that under the situation where his entire body was shrouded in fog, those Celestial Venerables could not see his current expression at all. He guessed that Thousand Transformations Divine General must hate the human race very much. Otherwise, he would not have ordered him and Red Lotus to destroy the human race in the 4 great primal universes when he had just descended. If Thousand Transformations Divine General knew that his Great Sky Holy Land had a deal with the human race's current prodigy and yielded to the threat of the human race's prodigy, it might incur Thousand Transformations Divine General's dissatisfaction at that time. The one who would suffer losses would be him, Great Sky Supremacy. As for Celestial Venerable Qing Yan's life and death, to be honest, Great Sky Supremacy did not care at all. He was high above, a true eternal existence. Furthermore, he did not have Thousand Transformations Divine General's background and strength. He could not return to Chaos Sea at all. This Great Sky Holy Land was very important to him. But those lives inside, whether it was Celestial Venerables or ordinary life forms, were not as important as imagined. Even if the 7 great Celestial Venerables all died, it would not affect him at all. Now, the only thing that puzzled him was why did Jiang Xi propose such a deal? Great Sky Supremacy carefully recalled what had happened inside and outside the Holy Land recently. What surprised him was that he discovered that not long ago, Jiang Xi had actually appeared near Great Sky Holy Land. This Holy Land universe was opened by him. Of course, he could investigate the situation around the Holy Land universe. However, at that time, his attention was not on Chaos Sea. Hence, although the Holy Land universe had recorded the scene back then, he himself did not know. Now that he investigated, he immediately found out about this situation. Very quickly, Great Sky Supremacy found the crux of the problem. Something is wrong. The black armor on his body is vibrating. This is a characteristic that would only appear when there is a reaction between true treasures. In that case, after discovering this point, Great Sky Supremacy looked at Celestial Venerables Wan Luo, Celestial Venerables Qing Yan, and the other great beings who were in low spirits and said in a low voice, "Send those 30,000 low-grade true treasures over." Chapter 650. 30,000 low-grade treasures with special functions floated in the temple. Jun Tian Supreme checked the functions of these low-grade treasures one by one. His eyes were like torches as he quickly selected 14 of the most valuable treasures with the most unique functions. For Jiang Xi to spend so much effort to obtain them, they were definitely not ordinary treasures. "Tell me the functions and information of these treasures," Jun Tian Supreme said in a deep voice. Wan Luo was already prepared as he introduced them one by one. "Supreme, this is a 3rd-grade treasure, Netherworld Soul Armor. It has the special function of impacting one's essence soul. It was obtained by a Tao Lord of the Sacred Land 130 years ago. This is a 2nd-grade treasure, Open Straw Flying Boat. It has the special function of breaking space shackles. This is a 2nd-grade treasure, Gray Mist. It has the special function of armor transformation in space-time domain. This is a 1st-grade treasure, Sparkling Rain Blade. It has the special function of armor penetration. Heavenly Lord Wan Luo quickly introduced the functions and origins of the 14 Lotier cardinal treasures. "That gray fog, demonstrate it to me once." Jun Tian Supreme's gaze landed on the supreme treasure that was formed by 2 mountain peaks. "Yes." Wan Luo immediately refined the gray mist. Refining a 2nd-grade treasure was naturally not difficult for a 3rd-step heavenly venerable like him. He refined it almost instantly. Armor transformation. Then, with a thought, the 2 mountain-shaped gray mist instantly transformed into a set of gray battle armor that covered his body. Space-time domain. He tested the 2nd function. An invisible space-time fluctuation instantly filled the temple. With Jun Tian Supreme, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan, and the other 5 Heavenly Venerables' vision and knowledge, they immediately recognized the uniqueness of this treasure. The effects and power of these 2 functions were, of course, child's play to them. They were of little value. However, considering that this was a second-grade treasure, it was different. The defensive power of a second-grade treasure armor was close to that of a third-grade treasure. And the accompanying spacetime domain was also close to that of a Dao Lord. This was a very abnormal situation. One had to know that only Dao Lords could use spacetime domain. Supreme, it's strange. This treasure originally belonged to a 5th-grade true lord in the sacred land. However, not long ago, this supreme treasure had started to tremble, as if it was reacting to the other supreme treasures. However, that rank 5 true monarch had stayed in the Holy Land for many epochs, and such a situation had never occurred. Thus, he speculated that the source of the connection should be outside the sacred grounds. That's why he asked a Dao Lord to help him search for it in the Chaos Sea. Empyrean Myriad Net then revealed some other information regarding this supreme treasure. After hearing these, Jun Tian Supreme immediately concluded that this was the low-grade supreme treasure that Jiang Xi racked his brains to obtain. For the sake of this supreme treasure, this 8 Clouds inheritor even specially went to capture Empyrean Dark Ink and others to trade with the Great Sky Holy Land. Furthermore, he had asked for a large number of supreme treasures of various grades in one go to conceal his true goal. The defense treasure on his body is definitely not at the 7th or 8th level. Jun Tian Supreme creased his eyebrows. He knew very well that with the foundation and knowledge of the 8 Clouds inheritors, there was no need to spend so much effort and scheming for a supreme treasure of this grade. Could it be? Jun Tian Supreme thought of something, and a ray of divine light appeared in his eyes. Boom! A thunderous sound appeared in the entire Great Sky Holy Land, shocking everyone. The few heavenly venerables in the temple also looked at Jun Tian Supreme in shock. Too powerful. Just a glance was enough to shake the entire Holy Land universe. Xianhuang Mountain, it must be Xianhuang Mountain. Through Jiang Xi's recent movements in the past few thousand years, as well as the time when Xianhuang Mountain disappeared, and the current transaction, Jun Tian Supreme deduced this possibility. Even if there was only a 1% possibility, it was the same as a 100% chance to Jun Tian Supreme. This was an almost certain answer. Since the gray mist of the 2 mountains could transform into armor, Xianhuang Mountain might be able to too. Only a legendary supreme treasure like Xianhuang Mountain could make Jiang Xi act like this. Although he didn't know how Jiang Xi refined Xianhuang Mountain, he could confirm that this legendary supreme treasure was incomplete, and the gray mist was an incomplete part of Xianhuang Mountain. Thinking of this, a strong sense of greed emerged in Jun Tian Supreme's heart. That was a treasure that he had once wanted to obtain. Even now, he still felt that Xianhuang Mountain's preciousness was far beyond his imagination. However, Jun Tian Supreme was also very clear that with the current situation, it was already impossible for him to obtain this supreme treasure. Qing Yan. Jun Tian Supreme looked at Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan's avatar. Supreme. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan bowed. Whether you can live or not depends on yourself. Use this gray mist to make a deal with Mountain Sea Dao Lord. As long as he is willing to take out 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 Clouds inheritance, my Great Sky Holy Land will give this treasure to him, Jun Tian Supreme said. This was a private deal without Thousand Illusions Immortal General's knowledge, so it wouldn't affect the 3 missions. If the deal was successful, he would naturally make a huge profit. 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 Clouds inheritance were enough for him to cultivate to a Chaos Origin Immortal General. If the deal failed, he wouldn't lose out either. Yes. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan felt helpless and hopeless. What the Supreme meant was for him to fight for a chance to live. Obviously, he would only have a chance to live if Jiang Xi agreed to this condition. The heaven-piercing tower that was 9 light-years tall still stood outside the Great Sky Holy Land motionlessly. Jiang Xi waited quietly in the supreme treasure space. In a distant corner were Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan and 54 Universe Tao Lords. Now, both sides hoped that this deal would succeed. Jiang Xi wanted to obtain the final 2 mountains, while Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan and the others wanted to live. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan opened his eyes. You've gathered all the supreme treasures. Jiang Xi smiled. You don't have to hide it anymore. The Supreme of my great sky holy land has already seen through your true motive. What you want is this supreme treasure, right? Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan said in a deep voice. At the same time, he waved his hand and conjured an illusion of 2 mountains. Ridiculous. Jiang Xi shook his head. Looks like you guys really don't want to live anymore. Stop pretending. The Supreme already knows that you appeared outside our holy land not long ago. At that time, something happened to your armor. At that time, a rank 5 true lord in our holy land happened to discover that his supreme treasure was also trembling. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan was very calm. Jiang Xi stopped smiling and frowned slightly. Since he had already said so much, he naturally wouldn't continue pretending. As expected of an eternal supreme. His observation skills are really monstrous. He sighed in his heart. He could even discover this. Tell me, what do you want? Jiang Xi asked Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan. The Supreme said that as long as you are willing to take out 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 clouds inheritance and let us go, our great sky holy land will give this supreme treasure to you, Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan said. That's just a low-grade supreme treasure. Your Supreme doesn't care about your lives at all. Jiang Xi sneered. Our eternal Supreme was given to us by the Supreme. If he wants to take it away, we have nothing to say. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan shook his head. Since there's nothing to talk about, then all of you can die. Jiang Xi waved his hand. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan's expression froze, while the other 54 Universe Tao Lords cried out in despair. No. Don't kill, spare us. Unfortunately, they couldn't change anything. In the supreme treasure space of Sky Tower, surging origin energy surged out and drowned Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan and the 54 Universe Tao Lords. Jiang Xi was the owner of Sky Tower. Now that he was in the supreme treasure space, he could naturally kill these experts of the Great Sky Holy Land easily. You killed a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate, Eternal EXP plus 900, you killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 9, you killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 9, a series of system notifications sounded, bringing him 1,386 Eternal EXP. In the Temple of the Great Hammer Divine World in the Great Sky Holy Land. How was it? Did he agree? Great Sky Supreme asked. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan's incarnation laughed bitterly. Pooh! Then, the incarnation dissipated into thin air. This meant that Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan had died. In front of the round table, Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo and the other 6 Heavenly Venerates' expressions changed. This Jiang Xi was too decisive. He didn't even talk and directly attacked. Supreme. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. You don't know what's good for you. Great Sky Supreme snorted coldly and then disappeared. The remaining Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo and the other experts looked at each other, and then felt a sense of sympathy. Wan Luo, what should we do now? Should we go out and deal with Tao Lord Mountain Sea together? And Heavenly Venerate asked. Deal with him? How? Even I don't have the strength to suppress Qing Yan, let alone kill him. That Tao Lord Mountain Sea did it easily. Although he did it with the power of a supreme treasure, this is already equivalent to an invincible Heavenly Venerate. Even if the 6 of us join forces, we can't do anything to him. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo had a belly full of anger, but there was nowhere to vent it. Then let him leave. What else can we do? Who can stop him? After this battle, I'm afraid our great sky holy land will become the laughingstock of the various major forces in the Chaos Sea in the future. Laughingstock? It's still early. Heavenly Venerate Wanluo regained his composure and shook his head with a bitter smile. In the supreme treasure space of the sky-reaching tower. Jiang Xi shook his head. Not to mention that he couldn't give the core inheritance stone to others. Even if he could, he couldn't use the core inheritance stone to exchange for the final 2 mountains. Therefore, there was no room for negotiation. He could only stop his losses. Otherwise, Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan and the other Universe Realm Dao Lords would self-destruct in despair. That would be a huge loss. These eternal experience points would at least make this trip worthwhile. In addition, there was a pile of supreme treasures in front of him. These were the full set of Grade 7 Supreme Treasures on Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan, 5 Grade 7 Supreme Treasures on 54 Universe Realm Dao Lords, and 86 Grade 6 Supreme Treasures. Adding it all up, it could be considered a considerable gain. Although the value of these supreme treasures was far inferior to the final 2 mountains. As expected, it's impossible for everything to go as I wish, and it's impossible for every plan to succeed. Jiang Xi sighed softly. However, with his current state of mind, he naturally wouldn't be affected too much. He just felt that it was a pity. In that case, I'll put this matter aside for the time being and see if there's a chance in the future. Now, it's time to go to the Myriad World ruins and retrieve the inheritance and treasures left behind by the Qingyuan clan. I've said that I'll go several times, but I haven't been able to. Jiang Xi quickly changed his target and left in the heaven-reaching tower. His departure naturally made the experts of the Juntian sacred ground heave a sigh of relief. With Jiang Xi's current strength, if he really stayed outside the Juntian sacred ground, it would be a headache for them. The Juntian sacred ground wasn't too far away from the Myriad World ruins. Jiang Xi drove the heaven-reaching tower and shuttled through the endless chaotic gray fog at an extremely fast speed. He arrived in just half a year and rushed directly into the Myriad World ruins. He only slowed down when he arrived here. The space-time inside the Myriad World ruins was completely still, and there were those strange green winds and white flames. Therefore, any expert who wandered here didn't dare to be careless and had to pass through those safe paths. Otherwise, it would be easy to be contaminated by the wind and fire. In that case, even a heavenly venerate would die instantly. Jiang Xi had the map of the Qingyuan clan that Qing Shuang had left behind. It recorded a large number of safe paths in the Myriad World ruins, so his speed was naturally much faster. Moreover, he had been carefully concealing his tracks because he wanted to see if he could encounter the experts of the Juntian sacred ground. In that case, he would naturally kill them mercilessly once he found one. However, after spending more than 100 years and finally reaching a depth of more than 60,000 light-years in the Myriad World ruins, he still hadn't found a single expert of the Juntian sacred ground. The Juntian sacred ground is too cautious and vigilant. It's such a long journey and I actually didn't find a single one. It seems that all the Dao Lords in the Myriad World ruins are carefully hiding. Jiang Xi shook his head. The Myriad World ruins was in the form of a huge abyss. So far, everyone could only detect a depth of 90,000 light-years at most. However, if the diameter of 300 million light-years was included, this abyss would be an extremely vast spatial region. He was focused on going to the treasure space of the Qingyuan clan and didn't deliberately search for the experts of the Juntian sacred ground. If the other party swaggered around, he might be able to discover them. However, if the other party carefully concealed themselves, it would be impossible to discover them. Inside the Myriad World ruins, huge stone celestial bodies floated quietly. Soon, Jiang Xi's gaze locked onto a huge stone celestial body with a diameter of more than 10 light-years. The Myriad World ruins inside this huge stone celestial body was the treasure space of the Qingyuan clan. Then, he put away the heaven-reaching building and stepped into the void, landing on this huge stone celestial body. Open! Jiang Xi held the black talisman that Qing Shuang had left behind. This was the token of the myriad world ruins and the key to opening this treasure space. The black talisman shot out rays of light and turned into a special symbol that was branded in the void above the huge stone celestial body. Buzz, time and space trembled slightly, and a glowing door slowly condensed and appeared in front of Jiang Xi. When the celestial emperor of the primordial realm led the army on the final path and left the Qingyuan clan and the Heavenly Feather clan behind, the Heavenly Feather divine general betrayed them. However, the Qingyuan clan swore to die and the ancestors of this clan fought against the astral realm. Unfortunately, they lost miserably in the end and the clan's strength plummeted. In the end, they disappeared in the vast river of time. Jiang Xi lamented and was full of respect for the Qingyuan clan. I wonder what kind of inheritance and treasures this once glorious clan left behind will be like. Jiang Xi passed through the door and entered the myriad world ruins before him. Chapter 651. This was a purgatory-like space. Jiang Xi's figure appeared out of thin air. At a glance, there were 9 huge black fireballs in the void. Each fireball was thousands of times bigger than an ordinary star. The 9 black fireballs hung high in the void and circled according to a pattern. In the middle of the circle was a floating land. Jiang Xi stood in the void. With a thought, his spiritual consciousness covered the entire space and saw everything. He was a little surprised by what he saw. He took a step forward and came to the center of the floating land. Then, he looked up at the sky. The light produced by the 9 black fireballs in the sky intertwined in the sky above the land and formed a picture scroll. The entire scroll was covered with densely packed words made of fire snakes. It's similar to the primordial realm's words. Although it has been simplified, the meaning hasn't changed much. Jiang Xi easily read and understood the words. I am Qing Shuang. I am the last ancestor of the Qing Yuan clan. My Qing Yuan clan was once a super clan that stood in the river of time. Although it has fallen, I can't let the traces of the Qing Yuan clan completely disappear in the river of time. Successor, the 9 black fireballs in the void are from the primordial realm. They were left behind by my clan's ancestors. There are 9 inheritance stones inside, which contain all the inheritance of my Qing Yuan clan. If you have the chance to cultivate to eternity and break free from the primordial realm's chaos sea, you can see all the inheritance contents. With this, you can cultivate to the chaos essence divine general realm. It's just hateful that the person from the astral realm cut off the path to eternity in the primordial realm's chaos sea. It's difficult for future generations to achieve eternity. Even when I reach the peak of rank 9, I can only try to reach eternity by breaking through the chaos boundary wall. But, the last treasures of my Qing Yuan clan. They are hidden under this land. Successor, I hope you can treat everything left behind by my clan well. The information recorded in the fire snake words on the picture scroll in the sky surprised Jiang Xi. This was the complete inheritance of the Qing Yuan clan. The highest level one could cultivate to was the Chaos Essence Divine General Realm. Compared to the 8 Clouds inheritance, which allowed one to cultivate to the Primordial Divine King Realm, it was only 1 realm away. How did the Qingyuan clan perish with such an inheritance? Jiang Xi was puzzled. On second thought, he understood. Back then, the ancestors of the Qingyuan clan had died in the war with the Star Realm, and the 7 eternal universes had all been destroyed. Although the inheritance had been preserved, due to the absence of an eternal paragon, they could not see the inheritance of a heavenly venerable and above under the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven-earth laws. By Qing Shuang's generation, her clan had declined to the extreme. However, Qing Shuang didn't manage to achieve eternal. In the end, her entire clan fell during the crisis of the cataclysm era. Because the 8 Clouds legacy was left behind by the 8 Clouds divine generals before they embarked on the final path, there is a complete selection test inside. However, due to the decline of the Cyan origin clan back then, they couldn't set up many tests for their legacies. Therefore, they could only stay in this void world and wait for later generations to discover them. Having said that, Jiang Xi did not think that the inheritance was easy to obtain. He was able to come here because he had entered the surveillance space left behind by the Qingyuan clan under the protection of the sky-reaching tower. Even a third-step heavenly venerable could not force his way into the space vortex channel there. The highest combat power in the Chaos Sea was only a third-step heavenly venerable. And the token to open this void world was hidden in the monitoring space, which was even more dangerous. Therefore, except for those with heaven-defying opportunities, only people from the upper world could forcibly take away the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan. From the words in the scroll, I can feel Qing Shuang's helplessness and unwillingness before the crisis of the cataclysm. Such a powerful clan, even with the inheritance of the Hunyuan divine general, couldn't achieve eternal paragon. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. He also felt the pressure. It did not mean that with the inheritance, one would definitely become an eternal paragon. Rise! He looked at his feet again. Rumble, the earth separated, and a palace emerged from the ground. The treasure of the Qingyuan clan was hidden here. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense wrapped around it and easily refined this treasure. Then, with a thought, he saw a large number of treasures stored inside. Even with the strength of his primordial spirit, it still took him some time to sort out the types and numbers of all the treasures. In the end, even though Jiang Xi was mentally prepared, he was still very surprised by the results. There were 91 7th-stage treasures, 865 6th-stage treasures, 3,987 5th-stage treasures, and 17,563 4th-stage treasures. As for the remaining level 1 to level 3 low-grade true treasures, they could be said to be a sea of them. How ruthless! Can the human clan collect so many treasures in one cataclysm era? Jiang Xi was very doubtful. After the ancestors of the Qingyuan clan died and lost the eternal universe, this clan declined to become a peak clan. It was indeed surprising that they had accumulated so many treasures in just one cataclysm era. So many treasures. Leave half of them for the human clan to accumulate, and use the rest to improve the grade of the killer's shadow sword. Such a big harvest made Jiang Xi very happy. Previously, he had captured so many experts of the Juntian sacred ground to trade because he had the idea of extorting them. He wanted to get a batch of treasures to improve the killer's shadow sword. But he didn't expect that Juntian Supreme wouldn't take the bait. Let's see what the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan is like. Then, Jiang Xi stretched out his hand and used the heaven-connecting tower to collect the 9 black fireballs in the void. First, he used a wisp of his spiritual consciousness to probe into one of the black fireballs, and he saw a black inheritance stone floating within. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Angry roars reverberated within the black fireball as if they were a warning. Those of the primordial realm. Jiang Xi understood that this was the last test left behind by the Qingyuan clan to preserve their inheritance. I can even pass the test of the 8 clouds inheritance of the primordial realm. Naturally, I'm from the primordial realm. Jiang Xi wasn't worried. His spiritual sense directly touched the inheritance stone. Suddenly, a large amount of inheritance information poured into his mind. This was a complete set of Saber Dao inheritance. The information he could see was only up to the limit of a heavenly venerable. He couldn't see anything after that. Inheritances were from low to high. Saber Dao cultivators could start cultivating from the Tribulation Transcender realm. If they were talented enough, they could cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerable. Then, Jiang Xi checked the inheritance stones in the other 8 black fireballs. There were 8 other different inheritances inside. There were 7 types of fist, sword, refining, vegetation, machinery, and so on. There was also a miscellaneous type. If we don't consider the highest chaos essence divine king realm, the value of this Qingyuan inheritance is almost 10% of the 8 clouds inheritance. Jiang Xi exclaimed in his heart. Moreover, there are no restrictions on the Qingyuan inheritance being passed on to outsiders. In other words, I can completely give these inheritances to the human race. In this way, our human race will develop even faster in the future. Because the 8 clouds inheritance had inheritance imprints, he couldn't take out the core inheritance. He could only use the hundreds of millions of peripheral inheritances to build a cultivation system for the human race. In terms of effect, although it was far better than the inheritances of the various factions in the Chaos Sea, it was definitely not as good as the Qingyuan inheritance. I'll go into seclusion on the spot and study the Qingyuan inheritance while using the killing shadow sword to devour those supreme treasures. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. His current realm had reached the limit of a universe Tao Lord. The next step was to consider breaking through to become a heavenly venerable. The Qingyuan inheritance that he had just obtained could provide him with assistance in the next step of his cultivation. At the same time, Jiang Xi handed the Qingyuan inheritance to the upper echelons of the human race. Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord 9 Clouds, Tao Lord Yanqing, and the others were all overjoyed when they heard about this. Time passed. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the myriad world's ruins, about 80,000 light-years deep, there were also huge stone celestial bodies floating in the void. They were motionless as if they had been like this for countless years. Between those huge stone celestial bodies, wisps of green wind or white flames would appear from time to time. It looked extremely strange. Although it didn't give off any dangerous aura, the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea knew that it was a strange existence that could even kill a third-step heavenly venerable. At that moment, a 6th-grade flying boat's supreme treasure was flying carefully between these huge stone celestial bodies. It took a safe path and perfectly avoided the wind and fire inside the supreme treasure space. A handsome man with a pair of pointy ears was carefully controlling the flying boat. Those who dared to explore the depths of the myriad world's ruins were naturally heavenly venerable experts. This was Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. He was a famous third-step heavenly venerable in the Chaos Sea and loved to explore. He often appeared in the various dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. It shouldn't be. I clearly sensed an abnormal fluctuation nearby. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing frowned and carefully sensed. He didn't use his spiritual consciousness to search wantonly. In the myriad world's ruins, the biggest taboo was to use one's spiritual consciousness to explore wantonly. That would attract the strange green wind and white flames. The space-time here is completely still. Normally, there won't be any fluctuations unless other experts pass by or a new void world space is born. I'm not slow. The moment I sensed the abnormal fluctuation, I rushed over quickly. If there really are other heavenly venerable experts, I'll definitely be able to discover them. However, there are no signs of a void world space being born here. Strange, strange. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing shook his head repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the next moment, the abnormal spatial fluctuation appeared again and became stronger. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing followed the direction he sensed and controlled the flying boat's supreme treasure to approach it. Soon, he saw a scene that terrified him. Run! Without thinking, he quickly changed direction and fled toward the top of the myriad world's ruins. He was in a panic. He did not even have time to take the safe path. Even deeper in the myriad world's ruins, endless green wind and white flames filled the bottom of the entire myriad world's ruins. It was like a huge fountain that was gushing up crazily. The huge volume gushed up. Although it looked slow, it was actually very fast. 1 second was 100 light years. The depth of the myriad world's ruins was only 90,000 light years. With the speed of the green wind and white flames, it would only take 15 minutes to completely fill the entire myriad world's ruins. In addition, the space-time inside the myriad world's ruins was completely still. It was impossible to use teleportation techniques. As long as one's flying speed was slower than the speed of the wind and fire, they would definitely be trapped. No. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing was terrified. In just 2 seconds, he was caught up. Boom! Like a roaring wave, the terrifying energy formed by the wind and fire drowned his flying boat's supreme treasure. Not only Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing, but all the experts in the myriad world's ruins, be it Heavenly Venerables or Tao Lords, were already too late when they saw the terrifying energy fountain formed by the wind and fire. Run! Terrifying! Terrifying! It's over. Is the crisis of this calamity coming in advance? The wind and fire of the myriad world's ruins is one of the most dangerous and strange things in the Chaos Sea. With such a huge amount gushing out, are they going to destroy the entire Chaos Sea? Those experts all fled in fear, but none of them could escape the engulfment of the wind and fire. The strange wind and fire would kill anyone who came into contact with it. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the news spread rapidly in the Chaos Sea. For a time, all the major forces were in a state of panic. At the same time, the humans of the fourth universe also learned of the news. The experts of the human race and their camp were basically wandering in the Goldflow River. Riverward was the only one who had ventured into the Wanjie ruins. Therefore, Tao Lord Nine Clouds immediately sent a message to Jiang Xi's clone, asking Jiang Xi to leave quickly. The Qingyuan clan's void world space was more than 60,000 light-years deep in the myriad world's ruins. At the moment, Jiang Xi was still in seclusion in the space. In the past 10,000 years, he had not gone anywhere. He had been studying the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan and improving the grade of the killer shadow sword. When his clone received the message from Tao Lord Nine Clouds, he was also shocked. Those bizarre azure winds and white flames, just a wisp could take the life of an Empyrean powerhouse. Now, they were gushing out from the depths of the myriad world's ruins like a fountain. Let's go. Jiang Xi did not hesitate and quickly left the void world space. As soon as he flew out of the heaven-span pavilion, he saw 4 outsider celestial monarchs fleeing for their lives on their air transportation precious treasures in the distance. The myriad world's ruins was so huge that it was rare to see a foreign race heavenly master in normal times. Now, he saw 4 of them at a glance. It was conceivable that the heavenly masters in the depths of the myriad world's ruins were frantically fleeing. Rumble. Soon, Jiang Xi sensed a strong abnormal fluctuation and saw a terrifying scene. Wind and fire fused together. Like green and white magma, they filled up the entire space and surged upwards. The huge rocks floating in the void were quickly submerged. Ah! A foreign race heavenly master was submerged by the wind and fire along with his flying treasure. The remaining 3 were also trapped and could not escape. Jiang Xi was horrified. He drove the Tongtian Tower to fly with all his might. He did not care about finding a safe route. If he could not escape, it would be useless to take a safe route. However, what made him despair was that he could not teleport in this still space. Those huge rocks and celestial bodies also limited their flying speed. Without enough space, it was difficult for the Tongtian Tower to increase its speed. It's over. Jiang Xi had just thought of this. Boom! The terrifying energy formed by the wind and fire instantly flooded the Tongtian Tower. Chapter 652. In just 15 minutes, the green wind and white flames from the depths of Wanjie ruins merged with each other and drowned the entire Wanjie ruins. The immeasurably deep abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years seemed to have turned into an ocean of green and white. After the green wind and white flames filled the Wanjie ruins, they stopped spreading outwards. The major forces in Chaos Sea heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that this was the crisis of the calamity. Wanjie ruins was the most dangerous place in Chaos Sea. the most dangerous things were the green wind and white flames. No expert dared to get involved with such strange things. If the energy of the fusion of wind and fire drowned the entire Chaos Sea, no living thing would survive. Soon, the major forces rushed to the edge of Wanjie ruins to take a closer look after confirming that the energy of the fusion of wind and fire would not spread out. No force has ever explored a place below 90,000 light-years, not even the two sacred grounds. I didn't expect such things to be hidden below. Rumor has it that there's a great terror buried under Wanjie ruins. It will bury Wanjie ruins sooner or later. Is this the great terror mentioned in the rumor? It's too terrifying. I remember that at least 4 third-step celestial venerables wandered here and did not escape. Everyone observed from afar. No force dared to get close. The distant Juntian sacred ground and Red Lotus sacred ground were also paying attention to this situation. As the two primes could not enter Chaos Sea, they could only find out what had happened through their subordinates. More than 10,000 years ago, Illusion Divine General said that he was exploring Wanjie ruins and that we should not disturb him if there was nothing. Could it be that this was caused by him? Great Sky Supreme was extremely surprised and bewildered. Back then, even he did not dare to enter the area below 90,000 light-years in Wanjie ruins. Perhaps only mixed origin divine generals had the guts to go in. Strange. Jun Tian Supreme suddenly frowned as if he had discovered something. There are so many green winds and white flames hidden under the ruins of myriad worlds. In the Star Realm and the Star Origin Realm, these two things are so weird that even the super experts in the Chaotic Origin Realm would turn pale upon hearing them. Supreme Red Lotus was also very surprised. The next moment, her face changed slightly and was filled with confusion. Strange. Exalted Celestial Clearwater and the other 18 Tao Lords of my race who were caught up in the chaos are still alive? Logically speaking, this should be impossible. The strangeness that even super experts were afraid of flooded the entire Wanjie ruins like an ocean. How could the celestial exalts and Tao Lords who had been drawn into the chaos possibly survive? After tens of thousands of years of conquest, the human race had become the overlord of the fourth universe. Now, several higher-ups were in a state of worry and panic. This was because the pillar of their race, Jiang Xi, had also been sucked into the wind and fire energies. Before this, Jiang Xi's clone had been cultivating in seclusion. Now, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and other human experts immediately sought him out to ask about the latest situation. This was because Jiang Xi's true body was the strongest. If it died, it would be a great loss to Jiang Xi and the entire human race. It's strange. My original body didn't die. Jiang Xi was also puzzled. Not dead? How is that possible? Even a third-step exalted celestial would die if he was caught up in the too strangeness of the Wanjie ruins. Is it your heavenly tower that blocked the green wind and white flames? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and the others were shocked. Although they hoped that Jiang Xi was fine, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and the others were still in disbelief when they heard this. Of course, the next moment, they heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how he survived, it was fine as long as he was fine. It's not Heavenly Tower. My original body is in a special spacetime domain. It's chaotic, but it also seems like I'm passing through some spacetime boundary wall. Jiang Xi could not confirm the situation. The other major factions in the Chaos Sea quickly discovered this because basically all the experts from the various factions had fallen into it. Some could confirm the situation through the doppelgangers of their own experts. Although some did not have clones, they could determine whether they were alive or dead through their life slips. Since they were not dead, there was hope for survival. Therefore, the major factions began to waiting for the experts who were drowned in the wind and fire energy to escape from the chaotic state. Many factions sent experts to be stationed near the Wanjie ruins. Whoosh, ripples appeared in the space. A figure appeared out of thin air. He wore an ancient animal skin robe and looked like a savage primitive. It was the most mysterious heavenly venerable Qing Shi of the fourth universe. Although this mysterious existence had arrived long ago, no matter how the various factions searched, they could not find heavenly venerable Qing Shi in this void. Heavenly venerable Qing Shi stood in the void and silently looked at the wind and fire energy that was slowly rolling. Just like that, he silently looked through the transmission of space-time as if he could see the scene in the depths of the Wanjie ruins. After a long time. Finally, it's here. Heavenly venerable Qing Shi murmured softly. He stepped on the void and quickly came to the edge of the Wanjie ruins. He was only one step away from the wind and fire energy that the various factions were trying to avoid. He squatted down and gently grabbed a handful of the magma-like wind and fire energy. That strange energy that would cause anyone's expression to change upon hearing it actually did not cause any harm to him. Ha 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 ha. Heavenly venerable Qing Shi suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed until his whole body was trembling. Gradually, the crazy laughter became more and more mournful, containing a hysterical and endless hatred. Finally, the laughter gradually disappeared. He sat at the edge of the Wanjie ruins and gently grabbed the wind and fire energy with one hand. Sparkling tears that glowed with golden light silently fell from the corners of his eyes. Wind and fire converge, dream origin world, this is what you said back then, you're here, you're finally back. Heavenly venerable Qing Shi's fingers were trembling. Dream origin world, dream back to the origin world, I wonder how many old friends are there. Heavenly venerable Qing Shi raised his head and looked at the endless void above, as if he could see the upper world. Sooner or later, we'll return it 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Then, he stepped into the void, took a step forward, and disappeared into the void. Jiang Xi realized that even heaven-reaching tower could not block the wind and fire energy. This energy was like magma, filling up the space of the heavenly tower's treasure and drowning him strangely. Although the energy looked strange, it did not cause any harm to him. It only limited his spiritual senses and prevented him from seeing the situation outside. It's not that it's harmless, but that the energy can't harm me because my body and primordial spirit are stronger than most heavenly venerables. If it was an ordinary desolate level Tao Lord, I'm afraid he would have died by now. Moreover, the strength of the wind and fire energy is gradually increasing. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the energy in the end. Jiang Xi looked serious and did not relax at all. Fortunately, his sharp intuition told him that he was traveling at extreme speed, as if he was passing through a barrier. After an unknown period of time. Boom! Heaven-reaching tower seemed to have broken out of the water and rushed into a new world. Blue sky and white clouds above, wild continent below. The entire world was vast and boundless, giving off an extremely primitive feeling. After Jiang Xi entered, he immediately sensed that the outside world was filled with an incomparable aura. It was an aura that made one unable to help but feel happy. His body and primordial spirit were cheering, like a fish that had finally entered a lake from a small puddle in the desert. That wonderful feeling made his heart tremble. It's too comfortable. There's no restriction or suppression at all. There's actually no heaven-earth law restriction of chaos C here. Could it be that I've entered the primordial realm? If that's the case. Jiang Xi's eyes widened and his face flushed red with excitement. He thought of something unbelievable. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful place. There's actually no restriction at all. Without the heaven-earth law of chaos C, my body, my primordial spirit, and my secret techniques can be used to my heart's content. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear, who was the first to be swept in, was also incomparably excited and carefree. He was a third-step Heavenly Venerable of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Before the Red Lotus Sacred Ground was established, his body had already reached the limit of a Heavenly Venerable and was even close to the Eternal Supreme Realm. Unfortunately, the calamity had already descended at that time and he had no chance to make another breakthrough. He could only stay in Red Lotus Supreme's sacred ground universe. However, his body remained at the half-step supreme realm, which also made him a transcendent existence. In this calamity era, only Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then could suppress him. After Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was suppressed by the fourth universe, Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was fully deserving of the title of the #1 powerhouse in Chaos Sea. As for Jun Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme, they were only in name and could not leave the sacred ground universe at all. Ever since I became a half-step supreme, under the suppression of Chaos Sea's Heaven-Earth law, I've never truly unleashed all my strength. Now, in this world, there's actually no such overbearing Heaven-Earth law. I can use all my strength to my heart's content. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear laughed. Let's take a look at this world and see what secrets it has. Could this be the legendary upper realm? Swoosh! Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear controlled his flying true treasure and rapidly flew downwards. Soon, he landed on the barren land. This was an ancient and boundless land, surrounded by boundless mountain ranges that rose and fell continuously. The energy that filled the land was more comfortable than the heaven and earth spirit energy in Chaos Sea. This is the place where powerhouses should live. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was full of smiles as he explored this land. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated. Boom! A beam of light flickered in the distance. Its speed far exceeded 100 times or 1,000 times the speed of light and directly appeared in front of Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear. It was a huge, sinister beast with 6 heads and a mouth full of fangs. This evil beast looked down at Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear and let out a furious roar. Scram! This is my territory. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was a little confused. The moment he saw this evil beast, he recognized its strength. It was also at the Heavenly Venerable level. Second step Heavenly Venerable. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was in disbelief. Although he had a premonition that this world was not simple, this complexity had already exceeded his imagination. One had to know, in the vast Chaos Sea, the number of Empyrean powerhouses from various factions added up was just over 100. Normally, being able to see one was a very difficult thing. He did not expect that in this world, the first living being he encountered was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. Furthermore, it was a second-step Empyrean. Scram! The evil beast roared angrily again, issuing a warning. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was even more confused. Because he understood, but did not know how to say it. Very clearly, the language that this evil beast spoke was a very special language. Even if one did not understand, one could easily understand the meaning in the words. It was just that he did not know how to say it. Ah. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Roar! The evil beast was enraged. It saw that the other party was a little stronger than it, so it did not attack immediately and only warned. But this guy with 2 pointy ears in front of it actually dared to ignore it. This was provoking it. Boom! The evil beast instantly turned into a stream of light. Only to see 6 dazzling arcs of light appear in the world. It was shot out from its 6 heads, directly sweeping towards Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear jumped in fright and hurriedly teleported to dodge. Boom! 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 Immediately, 6 huge canyons appeared in the surrounding millions of kilometers of land. This is a second-step Empyrean. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was alarmed. That power just now was already not much different from a third-step Empyrean in the Chaos Sea. Seeing that the evil beast still wanted to attack, he immediately panicked and wanted to send a spiritual sense voice transmission over. Through spiritual sense voice transmission, there was no need for that special language to completely express the meaning. However, just as his spiritual sense was transmitted over, it was directly shattered by the evil beast. You want to use an essence spirit attack? The evil beast was even more furious. Flames of anger soared to the sky as violent energy condensed once more. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was even more helpless. He only wanted to send a voice transmission and communicate. "I'm not fighting with you," Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear hurriedly said. "Roar." The evil beast ignored him and charged over with a roar. Before the wind and fire energy gushed out, there were about 200 experts wandering in the myriad world ruins. They also entered this world one after another. However, they were all very lucky. They were not as unlucky as Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear, who encountered a native Heavenly Venerable expert the moment he entered. When everyone discovered that this world was actually completely different from the Chaos Sea, they were all pleasantly surprised. They thought that they had arrived at a wonderful world that hid great opportunities. Whoosh! The heaven-connecting tower descended onto a vast plain. Immediately after, heaven-reaching tower disappeared. Jiang Xi, who was wearing black battle armor and carrying the killing shadow sword, appeared out of thin air. What a wonderful world! Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The energy that was clearly of a higher level than the heaven and earth spirit chi rapidly surged into his body. A world without the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth law, an incomparably stable world. Even I find it difficult to destroy the space of this world. Chi! Jiang Xi slashed out with his sword. The killing shadow sword that had already reached the peak of rank 8 did not cut through space. If this was the Chaos Sea, he could shatter the void with a single slash. However, in this world, he did not even leave behind a trace of space. The stability of this world was far beyond his imagination. Beautiful, stable, magical. Jiang Xi found it difficult to suppress the excitement in his heart. To me, without the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth law is the greatest opportunity. This is because I can see all the 8 clouds' inheritance and am no longer limited by the Heavenly Venerable limit. Eternal. Primordial chaos. I can see it all. In this world, I can even cultivate to the eternal realm directly. Jiang Xi thought excitedly. Chapter 653. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Jiang Xi was excited, a figure suddenly leaped forward in the distance. It stepped on the ground like lightning and soon landed in front of Jiang Xi. It was a child with black braids. He was holding a large piece of barbecued meat in his hand and eating it deliciously. The child looked at Jiang Xi. "Outsider, this is the territory of my Taiming tribe. Why did you barge in without permission? Could it be that you are the kind of traveler that the elders of the tribe talked about, the one who travels the world?" Riverward, on the other hand, was shocked. Language. The strength of the child in front of him was average, at the level of a 9th tribulation transcender. However, the language the child spoke was actually the common language of the primordial realm recorded in the 8 Clouds legacy. Is this really the primordial realm? Jiang Xi was very surprised. Then, he nodded and said, "Yes, I am a traveler." He used the very standard common language of the primordial realm. When he was in the 8 Clouds Pavilion, he studied the entire basic legacy of the primordial realm civilization. Naturally, he knew the primordial realm's common language, and it was the most authentic one. Wow, I also want to be a traveler. However, I have to become a perfected monarch before I can go out and travel. The child's eyes were filled with desire. Jiang Xi smiled, but the surprise in his heart did not fade. The creatures of this world seemed very powerful. Just a random child he met had the strength of a 9th tribulation transcender. Then, what about the powerhouses above that? Then, he went to the Taiming tribe under the child's invitation. During the conversation with the child, Jiang Xi learned a lot about this world. This world was called the Dream Origin Realm. In the eyes of the child, this was a boundless world. Only by becoming a perfected monarch could one leave the tribe and travel around. It's not the primordial realm, but the strength of the creatures here is somewhat similar to that of the primordial realm. Jiang Xi was amazed. Because the people of the Taiming tribe could become perfected monarchs with a little effort. Our tribe is right in front of us. The child laughed in high spirits. Ha! Go back. From afar, he saw two majestic figures that were 100,000 kilometers tall fighting. One wielded a saber while the other wielded a spear. They fought like gods. One of them was sent flying, rolling, and crashing into the foot of a mountain in the distance. Tao Lords. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. Judging from the strength of their auras, they are all universe Tao Lords. Boom. Kill. One more round. Jiang Xi looked elsewhere, only to discover that there were many pairs of experts fighting in the distance. Every single one of them was at the Tao Lord level. The warriors of our tribe are all training here. The child chortled. Our Taiming tribe has 1 billion tribesmen. All of them are mighty warriors who have experienced countless life and death battles in order to become Tao Lords. 1 billion clansmen. Jiang Xi sighed inwardly. The Dream Origin realm was truly terrifying to be able to give birth to so many Tao Lords with just 1 billion clansmen. The human race now occupied more than 70% of the territory of the fourth universe. They had countless clansmen, but the number of Tao Lords they had didn't even exceed 30. Whoosh whoosh. Jiang Xi and the child flew forward, getting closer and closer to the core of the Taiming tribe. Oh! Jiang Xi saw 3 towering figures standing high in the sky. The 3 figures exuded powerful auras. They were all wearing black battle armor, carrying war hammers, axes, and other strength-type weapons. Heavenly Venerables. Jiang Xi was shocked once again. How long had he been in this world? He had already seen 3 Heavenly Venerables. How powerful was the overall strength of the Dream Origin realm? Jiang Xi was originally very ambitious, but he immediately restrained such thoughts. He had to be cautious first. The Taiming tribe had 1 billion clansmen and was an extremely powerful tribe. Jiang Xi's true cultivation was still at the Tao Lord level. It was too common for young fellows like him to travel the world to train themselves. He couldn't even get an audience with the upper echelons of the tribe. However, he was warmly received by the hundreds of families around the child. There were also surrounding experts who came to spar with Jiang Xi. What a battle-crazed tribe! Jiang Xi sighed inwardly. Fourth universe, human territory. Jiang Xi's avatar and Tao Lord 9 Clouds were together. They had been waiting for the latest news from Jiang Xi's original body. Master, I can confirm that it is a powerful world called the Dream Origin realm. It is similar to the primordial realm. From the information that I have just come into contact with, I can tell that the strength of this world is beyond our imagination. The language they use is also the common language of the primordial realm. I have learned it from 8 Clouds' legacy. Now, I will pass this language to you. You can also let the upper echelons of the human race learn it. Jiang Xi said solemnly. Since his original body could enter the Dream Origin realm after being sucked into the wind and fire energy of the myriad world ruins, it meant that other experts could enter as well. Perhaps, the various factions in the Chaos Sea had already started preparing to enter. The human race naturally couldn't fall behind. Now, the more the human race knew about the Dream Origin realm, the greater the advantage they would have when they entered. Dream Origin realm. Primordial realm. It seems like the Dream Origin realm hides a huge secret. The language you mentioned is very important. It is the most important part of the assimilation process for outsiders. Tao Lord 9 Clouds also knew the key. Since you said that there is a chance to cultivate eternity in there, you should seize it. If the upper echelons of the human race want to enter, you don't have to take care of them. Just take care of yourself. Tao Lord 9 Clouds exhorted again. Jiang Xi nodded. The truth was just as Jiang Xi and Tao Lord 9 Clouds thought. Through the experts that were trapped in the Dream Origin realm, the various factions in the Chaos Sea had confirmed one point: through the wind and fire energy of the myriad world ruins, they could enter a powerful world. Some factions already knew that it was the Dream Origin realm. Some were still clueless and were exploring. However, this information was enough. All the factions knew that there was an opportunity there. Therefore, they were all waiting for the right moment. Once the powerhouses in Dream Origin Realm provided more information about Dream Origin Realm, they would immediately send more powerhouses into Dream Origin Realm. In another boundless mountain range in the Dream Origin Realm. Boom! 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 The demonic beast and heavenly venerable Zhuoqing were fighting in a frenzy. Idiot, is that all you have? Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing sneered. Come, come, come. Continue. Puny worm, you've angered me. You've angered me. The demonic beast was furious. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was even more arrogant. He no longer had the attitude of negotiating with the demonic beast. I've learned how to pronounce the word fire. An expert's memory was strong to begin with. As none of the factions in the Chaos Sea had ever spoken such a language, they did not even know how to pronounce it. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing naturally did not know how to pronounce it. Now, after hearing the demonic beast's pronunciations, coupled with the fact that he could understand the demonic beast's meaning, he immediately matched the pronunciation with the words. As such, it was not too difficult to master this language. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing kept provoking the demonic beast while trying hard to learn how to pronounce every word. In just half an hour of fighting, he had learned more than 500 words. Moreover, during the fight, he heard the demonic beast say the words Dream Origin Realm. Thus, he deduced that this world called Dream Origin Realm was not the legendary Upper Realm. You're too weak. You're not strong enough. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing continued to mock loudly. Roar! The demonic beast was really angry. This outsider in front of it was at a disadvantage because he had an armor treasure. A wild beast like it that was free and unfettered and occupied a territory in the wilderness naturally did not have any armor treasures. I've angered you, I've angered you. You're too weak. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing laughed and returned the pronunciation that he had learned previously. You are too shameless. The demonic beast roared and finally stopped. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was secretly delighted. He had learned how to pronounce the word shameless again. He was not stupid. He had just entered the Dream Origin Realm and he had already met a heavenly venerable level expert. Clearly, the strength of the Dream Origin Realm was beyond his imagination. Thus, it was very important to learn the language here. I'll just pester this beast and learn how to pronounce words from it. No matter how much I offend it, I'll only offend you. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing thought to himself. You! Damn it! The strange vicious beast's fury soared to the heavens. It was forced into a corner. It roared at the sky, all of you, come over. This worm is too difficult to deal with. He has an armor treasure. Kill him and we'll split the spoils. Its voice spread out like thunder. In just a few seconds, powerful figures rushed over from different directions in this vast mountain range. They were all other demonic beasts. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing looked around and immediately confirmed that there were a total of 12 heavenly venerable level beasts. You're too shameless. You call for help when you can't win. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing shouted and turned into a stream of light, quickly escaping. Catch him. Don't let him escape. He has an armor treasure. It's extremely precious. The demonic beasts from before and the 12 that had just appeared immediately surrounded Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing. Taiming tribe stretched as far as the eye could see. A large number of tribesmen lived in various places. In one of the places, 2 figures were constantly changing their positions at lightning speed as they fought crazily. Bam! Jiang Xi's leg carried a dazzling golden light. Like a burning meteor, it struck the other party's chest. The burly man was sent flying by the kick. He slammed into a small mountain in the distance, causing the mountain to shake and a lot of rocks to fall off. Mountain C. The burly man who had been sent tumbling away leaped into the air and returned to the front with his long staff. He shouted, "Your kick is really powerful. I didn't even have time to block it. Previously, I also sparred with those travelers who came to our tribe. They weren't as powerful as you. Uncle Shanhai must have traveled to many tribes." The hundreds of children who were watching the battle from afar cheered and ran over when they saw that the battle had stopped. Especially the child who had brought Jiang Xi to Taiming tribe, Tai Luo, who was cheering excitedly. Ha! Jiang Xi smiled and patted Tai Luo's head. He had been a guest in Taiming tribe for 3 days. In these 3 days, Jiang Xi created the most common image of a traveler. He was obsessed with fighting and often sparred with the warriors in the tribe. In the process, he learned more about the Dream Origin Realm through these warriors. First of all, the Dream Origin Realm was a very large world. Jiang Xi didn't know the exact number, but he was sure that the diameter of the Dream Origin Realm was definitely more than 10 trillion light-years. It was beyond the limit of the eternal sacred land. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the 4 primal universes could surpass the Dream Origin Realm. The Dream Origin Realm is really extraordinary. Although it can't be compared to the Primal Origin Realm recorded in the 8 Clouds Inheritance, the overall strength of this world is definitely greater than many of the super forces in the Primal Origin Realm. Jiang Xi looked at the child Tai Luo and sighed in his heart. There were countless tribes in the Dream Origin Realm. The tribes fought and killed each other crazily for survival space. Their warriors were also exceptionally powerful. Once a living being was born in the Dream Origin Realm, as long as they reached adulthood, they would become Tribulation Transcenders. They breathed in the powerful energy of the Dream Origin Realm since they were young. After a long time, they would naturally master a great Tao law. Everyone could become a Tribulation Transcender expert. After some more training, they could become a true Monarch expert. However, there was still a certain degree of difficulty to become a Tao Monarch expert. Usually, only one Tao Monarch expert would appear in hundreds of true Monarch-level tribe warriors. Comparatively speaking, there were much fewer heavenly venerables. Of course, this was the internal comparison of the Dream Origin Realm. If it was compared to the Chaos Sea would be completely defeated. As for those who surpassed the heavenly venerables and reached the eternal supreme level, in the Chaos Sea, there were only 2 supreme-level experts. But here, when Jiang Xi was communicating with the warriors of Taiming tribe, he heard that there was definitely an eternal supreme in this world. Moreover, Taiming tribe had one. He was the greatest existence in the entire Taiming tribe, tribe leader Taiming. Because of the strength of this tribe leader, Taiming tribe's position in the Dream Origin Realm was extremely stable. They were ranked among the strongest tribes. Eternal Supreme. Jiang Xi was excited when he confirmed this news. This world really allowed the existence of an Eternal Supreme. If Taiming tribe alone had an Eternal Supreme, then there must be many Eternal Realm experts in the entire Dream Origin Realm. There might even be powerful existences in the Primordial Chaos Realm. At the same time, Jiang Xi also reorganized the 8 Clouds legacy in his memory. He went through all the information that he could not see in the Chaos Sea, including all the information about the Eternal Realm and the Primordial Chaos Realm. This gave him great confidence. Jiang Xi stayed in Taiming tribe for a few more days before he was ready to leave. He found his new friend Tai Yan, who he often sparred with these days. Tai Yan, I'm leaving. Leaving? Tai Yan was stunned. He was a very talented Tao Monarch warrior in Taiming tribe. According to the entire tribe, Tai Yan could definitely be called a heavenly venerate expert. Jiang Xi had sparred with many warriors in Taiming tribe. This Tai Yan was the most difficult one to deal with. Of course, Jiang Xi deliberately hid his strength. He only showed the battle strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. This was enough to prove the strength of Tai Yan's talent. According to Jiang Xi's judgment, Tai Yan's talent should be similar to his master, Tao Monarch Nine Clouds. Are you going to continue your travels? Tai Yan asked again. No, I'm going to join the army this time. Jiang Xi smiled. Army? Tai Yan's eyes lit up. Yes, I've been traveling for a long time. It's time to challenge myself. I want to become stronger by joining the army. Joining the army of my king is the best way. Countless experts in the entire Dream Origin realm are gathered there. There will be more and more powerful battles. Jiang Xi's voice was filled with anticipation. He was really looking forward to it because according to the warriors in Taiming tribe, the entire Dream Origin realm had a common master, the great godly king. Godly king. Since he dared to use these two words, Jiang Xi immediately concluded that he was a super expert in the primordial chaos godly king realm. Chapter 654. Jiang Xi even learned from the conversation that the Dream Origin realm was only one of the forces under the deity king. It was mainly used to train the army and train the strong ones. Only the real elite warriors would be summoned by the deity king to leave the Dream Origin realm and fight for the deity king. Fighting for the deity king was the ultimate goal of every living being in the Dream Origin realm. However, the deity king had not brought the elite warriors from the Dream Origin realm for a long time. This information reminded Jiang Xi of the primordial realm army that fought in the final path. The Dream Origin realm might have been the military base of one of the deity king in the primordial realm. It was used to train elite warriors. However, the primordial realm army had been defeated and the deity king had fallen. Naturally, they would not summon warriors from this world. As for the Dream Origin realm, it was still cultivating warriors in accordance with the rules set by the deity king over the endless years. Therefore, countless tribes would call their people warriors. Every once in a while, a portion of the Tao Monarch level warriors would be taken away to join the army according to the ratio. Only after staying in the army for a long time could they retire and regain their freedom. If they did not escape from the army, they would be hunted down by the entire Dream Origin realm. The army was the strongest force in the Dream Origin realm. There were a lot of treasures there. For example, the extremely precious 7th level of treasures in the Chaos Sea were only standard equipment for heavenly venerable level warriors in the army. At the same time, the army had a lot of inheritance guidance that could help them cultivate to a higher level. However, the elimination rate in the army was very high. Elimination meant death. It would be good if 5 out of 100 warriors who joined the Dream Origin realm army could retire alive. It was very cruel. The Dream Origin realm army had many benefits, but it was also the scariest part of this world. Because 99% of the Tao monarchs, heavenly venerables and eternal supremes in this world were gathered in the army. It could be said that the true core secret of this world was only in the army. Therefore, Jiang Xi had to join the army. Over there, he could cultivate to heavenly venerable level faster, or even eternal supremes. Only by fighting with stronger people in the army can I become stronger, Riverward said to Tai Yan with a smile, portraying himself as a traveler who liked to fight. You want to join the army? Tai Yan also excitedly roared, just you wait, my tribe will soon have a group of warriors to join the army. I'll go as well, and we'll go together. Oh. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, all right, let's go together then. Following that, he continued to wait in the Taiming tribe. However, Tai Yan's so-called very soon was actually half a year's time. Universe 4, Heavenly Mountain and Diagram. The human leaders were gathering here to discuss how to deal with the new Dream Origin realm. As more and more Tao Lords arrived, the atmosphere grew quite lively. I heard that there are eternal supremes in the Dream Origin realm. Also, it said that there are many supreme treasures there. 7th grade supreme treasures are just standard equipment for the army. Jiang Xi, are there a lot of Empyreans there? Everyone asked excitedly and expectantly. Because only Jiang Xi was involved in the dream origin realm, the others didn't know the situation there. Whoosh! When Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments appeared, the Tao Lords who were still discussing quietened down. In front of the long table, Celestial Venerable Ming sat on a black throne at one end. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sat on the left while Jiang Xi sat on the right. Everyone. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who was usually in charge of the human affairs, spoke first. The dream origin realm has appeared for more than half a year. Although Jiang Xi is the only one involved in the dream origin realm. However, many of the human experts in the Universe 4 have also been involved in the dream origin realm. Therefore, we have gathered a lot of information. Together with the information exchange with the other forces in the Chaos Sea, we have a basic understanding of the dream origin realm. Today, I will explain to all of you how to deal with the dream origin realm in the future. The dream origin realm is extremely powerful. But in reality, it should only be considered a corner of the upper realm civilization, which is the primordial realm civilization or something else. What we can be sure of is that although the dream origin realm is powerful, the native living beings can only live in the dream origin realm forever. They can't walk out alive. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at everyone and then smiled. That's why we're the main characters now. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Actually, when he first entered the dream origin realm, he did feel the invisible pressure in his heart. But now, he felt relieved after hearing it. Cage. These two words were very suitable for the state of the dream origin realm. That world was indeed a huge cage. No matter how powerful the experts were, they could not walk out and enter the Chaos Sea. No matter how powerful the dream origin realm was, they, the outsiders who entered from the Chaos Sea, were the main characters. Although the dream origin realm is not comparable to the real primordial realm civilization, it is definitely much more powerful than the Chaos Sea. To living beings like us who live in the Chaos Sea, there are great opportunities and also great challenges there. The rules of heaven and earth there allow the existence of eternal supremes. There are even super experts who are stronger than eternal supremes. As long as we can cultivate eternity there, we will not be afraid of the calamity in the Chaos Sea. From another point of view, the dream origin realm is a base for cultivating elite warriors. The entire world is filled with battles. The core of their power is the army, an army that belongs to a certain deity king. Those armies are carrying out cruel screening and elimination. Once you enter, you will temporarily lose your freedom and have to obey military orders. You will have to go through all kinds of cruel screening. The death rate is extremely high. More than 200 heavenly venerables and Tao Lords were involved in the first batch of Chaos Sea. However, according to the news I received not long ago, more than 120 of them have already perished. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a solemn expression. So many. That world is actually so dangerous. Previously, those who dared to explore the ruins of myriad worlds were all top experts. Most of them were universe realm Tao Lords. Many of the upper echelons of the human race were shocked. Even Jiang Xi was surprised. Before the upper echelon meeting, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not reveal this information when he talked to him. Yes. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and continued, there are many tribes in the dream origin realm. Other than the countless ancient tribes, there are many special ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Walking in the wilderness is very easy to be attacked. Those indigenous living beings know the safe route, but outsiders like us do not. So in just half a year, more than half of them have died. Moreover, so many of them have died before entering the army. If they enter the army, it is said that more than 95% of them will be eliminated. Only the army in the dream origin realm has detailed cultivation guidance above the eternal level. But based on the death rate, it can be determined that even if all the experts in the Chaos Sea enter, it will be difficult for even one of us to surpass the limit of celestial venerables and reach the eternal level. After Tao Lord Nine Firmaments finished speaking, the upper echelons of the human race fell silent. Originally, they were very eager to enter the Dream Origin realm immediately. Now, it was like a basin of cold water was poured over their heads. So many had died before entering the army. Once they entered the army and became celestial venerables, another batch would be eliminated. And the cultivation guidance from celestial venerables to the eternal level would not be easily imparted by the army. One could imagine the high elimination rate. It was very cruel. Jiang Xi was also silent. It was very difficult for others, but he was very confident. Because he had the experience points panel and the 8 clouds inheritance. However, the cultivation information behind the 8 clouds inheritance could only be seen by the original body in the Dream Origin realm. His avatar was still limited by the laws of heaven and earth in the Chaos Sea and could not see the information. Therefore, he could not impart the higher cultivation inheritance to the upper echelons of the human race. While everyone was silent, Ming Ming suddenly smiled and said, "Reaching the eternal level is an extremely difficult thing. Perhaps among us, only Jiang Xi has the chance to do it. So, in my opinion, we might as well lower our goal and become celestial venerables first." As soon as he said that, the upper echelons of the human race nodded in realization. Yes, reaching the eternal level was not that easy. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were only 2 eternal supremes since the Calamity Era. Those who could become celestial venerables were already the top existences in the Chaos Sea. Ming Ming smiled again and said, "Our human race already has 2 super inheritances, 8 clouds inheritance and Qingyuan inheritance. One can reach Chaos Origin Immortal King and the other can reach Chaos Origin Immortal General. These 2 inheritances are probably the highest inheritances in the Dream Origin realm. The guidance to reach the celestial venerables is enough for us. Therefore, we don't have to take risks for the time being. We can wait and see. As time goes by, the secrets of the Dream Origin realm will gradually be revealed. Of course, if you really want to go, you can. But only when you have an avatar, you are allowed to take risks." Ming Ming finally warned with a serious look. "That makes sense. Indeed, we need to be cautious." The upper echelons of the human race also calmed down and were not as fanatical as before. Although a real expert had to be fearless, he could not be too reckless and disregard his own life. Jiang Xi also nodded and agreed with Ming Ming's words. After all, according to his experience in the past 6 months, there were no inheritances in the tribes of the Dream Origin realm. If one wanted to become an expert, he had to join the army. This was the iron law of the entire Dream Origin realm. Only the army would have profound inheritances above celestial venerables. Even if the tribal warriors obtained inheritances in the army, they would not dare to impart them in the tribe. As for joining the army, it was too dangerous. The deaths of the first batch of experts who were sucked into the Dream Origin realm was the best proof. The upper echelons of the human race were now awake. Inheritances. There were profound inheritances in the army and detailed guidance to reach the eternal realm. But could they survive the heavy screening of the army and survive to the end? Treasures. There were indeed many treasures in the army. Even level 7 treasures were only standard equipment for celestial venerables. But how many celestial venerables were there in the Chaos Sea? Only a little over 100. Even if all of them joined the army, according to the 90% elimination rate, only a little over a dozen could join the army. And then only for standard equipment? Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. It was too cruel. No hurry. We can enter at any time. So what if the indigenous creatures in the Dream Origin realm are powerful? They will never come out. Those indigenous creatures don't know that their godly king is probably long gone. Now, the common view in the Chaos Sea was that the Dream Origin Realm was a corner of the primordial realm civilization, or a universe created by the godly king. It was just like the miniature universe of celestial venerables, only bigger. All the superpowers in the Chaos Sea felt their own weakness. They could only tell themselves that they were the protagonists and the creatures inside were prisoners. They comforted themselves with this way of thinking so that they would not lose their mental balance. After all, they were all the top beings in the Chaos Sea. In the Dream Origin Realm, they became the most ordinary experts. This kind of huge psychological gap was hard for every powerhouse to accept for a while. Dream Origin Realm, Tai Ming Tribe. Mountain Sea, hurry up. We are leaving. Tai Yan shouted at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was saying goodbye to some friends he had made in the past 6 months. Then he followed Tai Yan to the gathering place. You must come back. Ah Yan, trust me. I will come back alive. I will come back. Don't come back until you become a celestial venerable. There were already many people at the gathering place. There were tens of thousands of people from the Tai Ming tribe. Some of them were family members, some were friends, and some were children with expectant eyes. Even the children in the Dream Origin Realm were no exception. They all wanted to join the army. However, the minimum requirement to join the army was to become a Tao Lord. Come up quickly. A celestial venerable in red armor roared. His armor was full of scars, as if it had gone through countless fierce battles. Above him, a crimson battleship was floating. The ancient battleship was emitting a powerful aura. Jiang Xi looked up. He had already recognized that it was a 7th-level flying true treasure. Uncle Tai Di made great contributions in the army, so he got a precious flying true treasure. With this battleship, we will be much safer on our way to the army. When I join the army, I want a powerful flying true treasure too. Tai Yan looked very excited. Our goal is too small. We should get something better than this. Jiang Xi said with a smile. Yes, something better. Tai Yan nodded excitedly. The Empyrean powerhouse who was gathering the tribe's warriors turned his head and slapped Tai Yan's shoulder, causing Tai Yan's body to tremble. Well said, Tai Yan. When you join the army, you must do better than me. You are one of the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Tai Ming tribe. Don't embarrass the Tai Ming tribe in the army. Celestial Venerable Tai Di said with a smile. Yes. Uncle Di. Tai Yan hurriedly responded. Riverward, who was watching from the side, was shocked. Very strong. The Celestial Venerable Tai Di's slap had reached the limit of a Celestial Venerable. It was not much different from Celestial Venerable Ming. To be able to survive the cruel selection of the army and be rewarded, it was indeed not easy. Let's go. Get on the battleship. Tai Yan called out to Jiang Xi and the two of them entered the battleship together. The powerful warriors of the Tai Ming tribe also followed in. They were all filled with excitement and endless fighting spirit. Chapter 655. The warship's treasure space was simple and crude. Nearly 1,000 warriors of the Tai Ming tribe stood neatly in the space, each of them maintaining a height of 10,000 kilometers. Although some of them could reach a height of 100,000 kilometers, no one dared to act recklessly. This time, nearly 1,000 Daolord warriors of the Tai Ming tribe will join the White Flame Army. Tai Di stood at the front and said loudly. Of course, apart from the warriors of my tribe, we'll also be going with an adventurous warrior, Shanhai. Shanhai is very powerful. I'm afraid none of you can match up to him. If any of you can match up to Shanhai after joining the army, I'll give him this warship. Instantly, the warriors of the Tai Ming tribe looked at Jiang Xi, not concealing their desire to fight. Jiang Xi smiled. They were treating him as a benchmark. Although he had sparred with many Downlord warriors of the Timing tribe in the past half a year, these thousands of warriors of the Timing tribe had gathered here. However, there were close to 1,000 people in front of him. They came from various regions of the Timing tribe. Many of them were people he had never seen before. "Why are you staring at me?" Tai Yan, who was standing beside Jiang Xi, shouted, "Even I'm no match for Shanhai, let alone you." "What? Tai Yan, even you are no match for Shanhai." The warriors of the tribe, who were eager to fight Jiang Xi, looked at Jiang Xi in surprise and admiration. The people of the Dream Origin realm were simple and honest. They respected powerful beings. "You want to challenge powerful beings?" Tai Di looked at them and shouted, "Little guys, I'm not afraid to tell you. When I was still a Downlord warrior, nearly 1,000 of my tribe brothers joined the army. In the end, less than 30 of them came back alive. Only 3 of them became celestial venerables. I hope your batch is stronger than ours." Instantly, everyone quieted down. Although everyone knew that the military was cruel, they felt even more pressured after hearing Celestial Venerable Tidy's words. Celestial Venerables. Not only do we want to become Celestial Venerables, but we also want to become eternal paragons and powerful beings like our tribe leader. Tai Yan shouted with fighting spirit. "Eternal paragons! Eternal paragons!" The other tribal warriors also began to roar. This was their dream, the cultivation goal of every tribal warrior. In the entire Timing tribe, only the patriarch was an eternal paragon. That was the goal of countless tribal warriors. Jiang Xi listened silently from the side. His heart was also filled with fighting spirit. Eternal supremacy. That was also his cultivation goal. Heavenly Venerate Tai Di smiled and shouted, "Let's go." Boom! The ancient warship instantly accelerated and transformed into a stream of light, disappearing from the skies above the Timing tribe. The Dream Origin realm was filled with boundless aura. Jiang Xi and nearly 1,000 Downlord warriors of the Timing tribe, under the leadership of Celestial Lord Tai Di, rode the ancient warship, alternating between teleporting and flying at high speeds. On the way, they had already encountered so many dangers, which made many soldiers who had not traveled in Dream Origin realm feel very curious about it. "I've long heard that there are 3 eternal supremacy level beasts occupying the Tsangming mountain range and leading a large number of beasts." Celestial Lord Tai Di looked below. Even the White Flame Army sometimes uses the beasts here to train their warriors. No wonder it's the famous Tsangming mountain range. He sighed in amazement. Jiang Xi followed his gaze and looked below. This was an incomparably vast mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. It could even be counted in light years. Amidst the lingering clouds, beasts could be seen faintly in the mountain range. Many of the beasts' auras had reached the Heavenly Venerate level. This was a terrifying force that was 10 times stronger than the Timing tribe. 3 eternal supremacies. Jiang Xi was shocked. He now had a clear understanding of the division of forces in Dream Origin realm. There were 2 main forces in Dream Origin realm. One was the tribal forces and the other was the beasts. Both forces were ruled by the army. The army was the true ruler of this world. However, in order to train the warriors, the army would still send some ordinary warriors to attack some beasts and tribal forces. Of course, this kind of training would only happen between Heavenly Venerate and Downlord level warriors. Eternal supremacies would not participate. This was the norm of the forces in Dream Origin realm. It had lasted for many eras. Next, the ancient warship moved forward. What Jiang Xi saw and heard along the way was an eye-opener for him. He was amazed by the number of powerful creatures in Dream Origin realm. Although he had a good understanding of Primordial Realm through the basic civilization inheritance in 8 Clouds Legacy, he knew that it was a world that was many times stronger than Dream Origin Realm. However, no matter how strong Primordial Realm was, his understanding of Primordial Realm only existed in written records. When he saw the strength of Dream Origin Realm with his own eyes, he was even more shocked. There are hundreds and thousands of heavenly venerates in Taiming tribe. There are probably more than 10,000 heavenly venerates in Sungming mountain range. Jiang Xi thought. There are countless tribes and beasts in Dream Origin Realm. How many heavenly venerate experts are there in the army? More than 90% of the experts in Dream Origin Realm were in the army. Due to the 7th rank flying treasure and the fact that Tai Di was an extreme heavenly venerate expert, they did not encounter any danger along the way. After traveling for about half a year, we are about to arrive at White Flame Army's camp. Tai Di looked at the distant horizon and shouted. White Flame Army. The warriors of the Taiming tribe also looked forward, their eyes full of fiery gazes. Riverward also looked over, only to see a boundless army camp in the distant horizon. It was like a giant beast crawling on the vast earth, faintly emitting a boundless pressure that spread throughout this space. As the warship moved forward, the pressure became stronger. White Flame Army's camp. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The army in Dream Origin Realm was divided into Mountain Shield Army, White Flame Army, Styx River Army, and Green Wind Army. There were 4 armies in total, corresponding to earth, fire, water, and wind. Although the 4 armies were loyal to His Majesty the Deity King, there was also competition among them. Green Wind and White Flame are the strongest. The energy of myriad worlds' ruins is formed by the fusion of wind and fire. Jiang Xi vaguely guessed something. It's huge. At this moment, the warriors in Taiming tribe exclaimed. As they got closer, they could feel the power of this army camp more clearly. It was too shocking. The army camp stretched as far as the eye could see. Warriors with spears and armors could be seen everywhere in the army camp. The weakest among them was a Dao Lord. The Dao Lord warriors in the army, except for the lack of flying treasures, their armors, soul armors, and weapons are all 6th rank. Jiang Xi was also shocked. How many 6th rank treasures did these warriors have? They are really strong. It seems that the killer's shadow sword is going to be upgraded. Before being sucked into Dream Origin Realm, he had used the killer's shadow sword to devour many treasures in the Qingyuan tribe's treasure space. Now, it had reached the peak of rank 8. The killer's shadow sword was a special kind of origin treasure embryo. It could be upgraded by devouring other treasures. However, as the level of the treasure increased, the number of treasures it needed to devour would also increase greatly. Naturally, it needed more treasures to upgrade from rank 8 to rank 9. Roar! A ferocious beast roared. Jiang Xi and the warriors of Taiming tribe looked over and saw an 8-legged ferocious beast in the long line below. It emitted an aura that was close to that of a celestial master. It was a half-step celestial master. Other than the tribal warriors, ferocious beasts from the ferocious beast forces will also join the army. Jiang Xi was not surprised. About a quarter of the tribes and ferocious beast forces in Dream Origin Realm would send warriors to join the White Flame Army. With such a large number of warriors and the strict selection test, the warriors who wanted to join the army would line up in a long line every day. Boom! 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 As the warship of Taiming tribe landed, 2 other flying treasures on the surrounding plains landed almost at the same time. Obviously, they were there to send warriors over. Come out, hurry up. Don't be slow. Hurry up. While Celestial Master Tai Di was scolding, nearly 1,000 warriors of Taiming tribe and Jiang Xi quickly arrived at the plains. Go over there and line up. Celestial Master Tai Di shouted, go line up and wait for the selection test. You little brats, don't fail the selection test. Under the leadership of Celestial Master Tai Di, who was familiar with the army, everything went smoothly. Jiang Xi and nearly 1,000 warriors of Taiming tribe soon arrived at the end of the long line. Uncle D, how long will it take? Tai Yan could not help asking. Jiang Xi also looked ahead. The long line was crowded with people. To be exact, there were also many ferocious beasts in the line. The army ruled over the tribal forces and ferocious beasts. Both tribes and ferocious beasts could join the army. It seems that there are nearly 1 million people in the line now. Celestial Master Tai Di glanced at the line. Then, he said, based on the normal progress, it should be your turn in half a month. Wait, don't be anxious. Calm down and prepare. Don't underestimate the basic selection test to join the army. 2/3 of these nearly 1 million warriors will perish in the first round. Only 1/3 will be able to join the army in the end. Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. This was a terrifying elimination rate. 2/3 of the warriors had perished in the first round of selection. It must be understood that these were all Dao Lords. Hundreds of thousands of Dao Lords. How many eternal experience points can I get if I kill all of them? Jiang Xi was envious. Unfortunately, he could only watch and not eat. This was also the main reason he joined the army. The army would often send warriors to conquer some tribal forces and ferocious beasts. In these battles, he could openly earn eternal experience points. Don't embarrass Taiming tribe. Celestial Master Tai Di shouted one last time before leaving to communicate with other celestial venerables in the distance. Ha! Golden Surge tribe, your warriors are here too. They are all in high spirits. Taiming tribe is not bad either. The celestial venerables chatted and laughed. They were not in a hurry to leave. They wanted to wait for the warriors in the tribe to finish their selection test and see the final results before leaving. Time passed. Warriors from various tribes and ferocious beasts from various ferocious beasts' territories were constantly undergoing a cruel selection test. Roars, howls, and cries could be heard from the front. Clearly, the selection test to join the army was extremely strict. Jiang Xi was also advancing with the team. Just as Celestial Master Tai Di had predicted, it was indeed his and Taiming tribe's turn after about half a month. Next batch of 4,000. All of you, come in. At the front of the team, a ferocious beast covered in crimson scales shouted coldly. The 4,000 warriors and ferocious beasts, including Jiang Xi and Taiming tribe, walked toward the huge stone arch at the front of the team under the guidance of 4 celestial venerables. Shanhai, kill with all your might later. If your performance is outstanding, you will have a chance to be selected into the special army. Tai Yan's eyes glowed red and were filled with crazy killing intent. Special army? Jiang Xi moved his eyes as he did not know much about it. White Flame Army is divided into many army groups. More than 99% of them are ordinary army groups. Among the 4,000 warriors in our batch, there might not even be one who can enter the special army group, Tai Yan explained. But you are very powerful, even more powerful than me. You might have a chance to enter. By the way, remember, when we enter, let's stay close to each other and take care of each other. Tai Yan grinned. After saying that, Jiang Xi, Tai Yan, and the 4,000 warriors entered the stone arch together. Boom! Instantly, space-time changed and they entered a vast and desolate land. The ground was covered with sand. Where are we? Jiang Xi immediately looked around. He could vaguely see that it was a desert with a radius of more than 100 million kilometers. Beyond that, there was only darkness. Even his spiritual sense could not detect it. This is the space-time domain. The Dream Origin Realm's control of space-time has reached a perfect level. It can turn illusion into reality. Jiang Xi exclaimed in his heart. He and Tai Yan stood together. The 1,000 warriors of Taiming tribe also stood in position. Just as everyone was looking around, an invisible pressure suddenly descended and shrouded the entire desert. All the warriors and beasts looked up. They saw a 3-eyed man in black tight armor looking down with his cold vertical pupils. Swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light were shot out from his vertical pupils. After the 2 rays of golden light landed in the desert, they curved and circled around the 4,000 warriors and beasts. One on the left and one on the right, the 4,000 warriors were divided into 2 groups. The 2,000 warriors and beasts on the left were shrouded in a layer of red light. The one on the right was shrouded in a layer of yellow light. The invisible pressure shrouded the 4,000 warriors and beasts in the desert, causing their hearts to palpitate. Even Jiang Xi felt a strong sense of danger. The pressure was not strong, but it was a kind of pressure that came from the life level. It was high and mighty, like a giant dragon overlooking ants. Jiang Xi and all the warriors and beasts understood that the three-eyed man had surpassed a celestial master. He was an eternal supreme. An eternal supreme who is not afraid of the calamity. Jiang Xi looked up. He finally saw a living eternal supreme with his own eyes. Chapter 656. In the space-time domain, the desert with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was shrouded in darkness. 4,000 warriors and beasts were divided into 2 groups. You are divided into 2 groups. The three-eyed man looked down and said indifferently, "Kill each other and kill any opponent you see. When I ask you to stop, the last one alive will enter the army. If you have the strength, you can use it to your heart's content. If you have exceptional performance, you will have a chance to enter the special army. Let's begin." The three-eyed man shouted coldly. Then, he disappeared into the darkness. In the desolate desert, the warriors and beasts of the 2 groups were shrouded in a layer of red and yellow light respectively. At this moment, both sides were filled with strong killing intent. The creatures of the dream origin realm were born as warriors. They were not afraid of fighting and killing. "Damn it!" Tai Yan shouted angrily. Jiang Xi looked at the thousands of warriors from the Taiming tribe. Although they were together just now, there were still hundreds of them who were divided into the opposing group. No wonder Tai Yan asked me to stay close to him. Jiang Xi looked around again. Kill! 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 Roar! The warriors and beasts of the 2 groups roared. They turned into streaks of lightning and attacked the opposing group. The warriors of the Taiming tribe had a tacit understanding. They would not fight with their own tribe's warriors. Instead, they chose to fight with other tribes' warriors or beasts. Everyone tried their best to use their strongest skills to kill every enemy they saw. Special army? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed fiercely. He already had a goal for this army trip. Firstly, he wanted to use the opportunity of the army to kill the experts of the tribes and beasts to gain eternal experience points. Secondly, he wanted to collect a large number of treasures from the army for the killer's shadow sword to devour. Thirdly, he wanted to explore the secrets of the dream origin realm. It would be best if he could obtain the core inheritance of the army. Since the dream origin realm was left behind by a god king, the army with the highest strength might have the inheritance of the god king. Although he already had the inheritance of the god King Ba Yun and the inheritance of the god General Qing Yuan, no expert would think that they had enough inheritances. A new inheritance represented a new way of thinking about cultivation. This would be the foundation for him to cultivate to a higher level in the future. However, if one were to join a normal army, it would be extremely difficult to accomplish these 3 goals. If he wanted to join, he would have to join the special forces. Just like the army on Earth, there were special forces tens of thousands of years ago. The humans of the Tao Alliance, for example, would hold a 9 Realms Genius Tournament every once in a while to select geniuses for special training. It was the same in the Dream Origin realm. The army here held the highest authority. They selected the elites from the Endless Army and nurtured them. Elite warriors were naturally more likely to obtain better treasures, inheritances, and other benefits. Boom! Boom! Broken limbs and blood of some experts flew everywhere and then quickly merged back into one. The experts of the two camps were crazily killing each other. Kill! Jiang Xi wielded the slaughtering shadow sword and charged at the red light camp's warriors and dire beasts. Whenever he saw a red light, he would kill. The sword light formed a river, whistling as it swept out. The space-time of the dream origin world was extremely stable. Even though so many Tao lords were fighting, there were no space-time ripples from the Qi Gatherer realm. The living beings of the dream origin world have been fighting since birth. Coupled with the complete inheritance and cultivation system, the experts here are generally stronger than the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi thought to himself. He could tell at a glance that the warriors and dire beasts were at least Aeon Realm Tao Lords, but their actual combat strength was at Universe Realm Tao Lords. In other words, including him, these 4,000 warriors and dire beasts were all top-notch Tao Lords. Even Tai Yan was covered in grey light. Every punch and claw had surpassed the limit of a Tao Lord and reached the level of a half-step heavenly venerable. As a genius of the Tai Ming tribe, Tai Yan had a Tier 7 armor treasure. Kill! Kill! In a group battle, if one was not careful, the experts of the opposing camp would attack. This made the battle even crazier. However, they were all top-notch Tao Lords. It was difficult to kill them in one blow. Because experts of this level fought very quickly, it was normal for 2/3 of them to die in 10 to 20 minutes. Therefore, those who were weaker were very vigilant. They wanted to stall for time and wait for the three-eyed man to stop. Then, they would succeed. Those who were weaker were cautious. Those who were stronger were fighting with all their strength. Especially the two who had Tier 7 treasures. They were showing their strength to the fullest. They wanted to perform better and fight for a chance to join the special army. These two were Tai Yan from the yellow light camp and an 8-hooved dire beast from the red light camp. They were both half-step heavenly venerables. Roar! The 8-hooved dire beast roared and charged at Tai Yan. Die! You're the one who deserves to die. Tai Yan roared and punched. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged a few blows. Tai Yan's head was hit by the dire beast's giant claw and he was sent flying. He immediately stood up and said in shock and anger, "Body explosion secret technique? My father is the master of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness. This is the secret body explosion secret technique of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness." The 8-hooved dire beast laughed. This made Tai Yan's expression turn even uglier. The body explosion secret technique could double or even increase one's strength by several times. He was no longer a match for the 8-hooved dire beast. In the distance, Jiang Xi pierced a warrior from the opposing camp with his sword. After seeing Tai Yan's battle, he shouted, "Tai Yan, let me do it." Boom! Jiang Xi charged at him like lightning. Okay. Tai Yan immediately retreated. In the short exchange just now, he had realized the power of the 8-hooved dire beast. The 8-hooved dire beast had a full set of Tier 7 treasures and had displayed the body explosion secret technique. Although there were rules in the army that forbade retired experts from imparting the inheritance of the army, it was not a rule if it was created by oneself. The Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a super force among the dire beast tribes. They had 9 eternal supremes. The leader of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a Grand Supreme. The so-called Grand Supreme was an existence that had reached the eternal limit. One step further and they would be a super expert in the chaotic prime realm. It could be said that the Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a big shot in the entire Dream Origin realm. Even if all the tribesmen of the Tai Ming tribe went up to fight, they would not be able to defeat him with one hand. Die! The 8-hooved dire beast roared and charged at Jiang Xi. Body eruption secret technique? Riverward's expression was calm and relaxed. This was because the two ultimate techniques of the 8 Clouds Inheritance, 8 Lives, and Cloud Annihilation targeted the body and the primordial spirit respectively. Among them, 8 Lives attack was a secret technique that allowed one's body to explode. The 8-hooved dire beast could only increase the strength of his body by 2 to 3 times. However, the first level of 8 Lives could already increase the strength of his body by 100 times. Now, he had cultivated to the second level. Although he had not perfected it, the degree of explosion was far more than 100 times. It was easy to deal with the 8-hooved dire beast. Slash! Jiang Xi's figure moved swiftly. Whoosh! He went behind the 8-hooved dire beast in an instant. Then, the killer's shadow sword burst out with vigorous green sword light, completely entangling the 8-hooved dire beast. The first move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Heavenly Way Scroll, Life Reincarnation. Roar! The 8-hooved dire beast's body exploded and broke free from the green sword light. Although it was not injured, it consumed a lot of energy. The battle in the desert was very fierce. As time passed, warriors and beasts fell one after another. The craziest battle was undoubtedly between Jiang Xi and the 8-hooved dire beast. The 8-hooved dire beast had a set of 7th-level treasures and a body explosion secret technique. If not for Jiang Xi, it would definitely be the strongest candidate in this batch of candidates. Unfortunately, it met Jiang Xi. No matter how it exploded and attacked, it could not suppress Jiang Xi. You have less than half the energy in your body. You still want to fight me? Jiang Xi was also very crazy when he fought. His figure flashed like lightning and was terrifyingly fast. Of course, he did not need to use his full strength to deal with such a battle. After all, he was an outsider. If his performance was too eye-catching, it would be troublesome if he was noticed by the higher-ups in the army. Who knew if the Dream Origin Realm's attitude towards outsiders was friendly or hostile? Therefore, he only displayed the fighting strength of a half-step heavenly master. It was excellent, but not abnormally strong. Such strength was enough. Boom! The 8-hooved dire beast was sent flying by his sword. It smashed into the desert, causing sand to fly everywhere. More than half of the energy in its body was consumed, and its strength was 10 times weaker. It was no match for Jiang Xi at all. Stop! A powerful pressure instantly descended upon them. If the previous pressure was high and mighty, it was gentle and did not give off a strong sense of oppression. This time, it was as if a miniature universe was pressing down on them. Boom! All the Dao Lord-level warriors and beasts who were fighting were crushed to the ground. Jiang Xi was no exception. Under the pressure of an eternal paragon, he could not resist at all. Is this the strength of an eternal paragon? It's just a thought. Jiang Xi was shocked. The three-eyed man walked down from the sky and looked at the last remaining warriors and beasts in the desert. At this moment, 981 of them were still alive. The others were all dead. You. The three-eyed man pointed at Jiang Xi and the 8-hooved dire beast. Both of you, join the Great Yen army. After saying that, he sank into the darkness again and disappeared. Ha, we survived. I joined the White Flame army. That guy with the sword is too terrifying. He killed hundreds of warriors and beasts in the beginning. Fortunately, he fought with 2 Ji of the Great Yen Qi Wilderness in the end. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. The surviving warriors and beasts were extremely excited. Only a few were sad for the death of their companions. This was because they had experienced too many of their companions dying in battle since they were young. Moreover, there was a legend in the Dream Origin Realm that death was reincarnation. Therefore, the living beings in the Dream Origin Realm had long been used to death. Now, they would only bless their companions and would not be too sad. After all, most experts were destined to die on the path of the strong. Only a few could walk to the end. Now, 2/3 of them had died just by joining the army. The elimination rate in the future would be even higher. Quick, quick, quick! Move faster. A huge stone arch appeared out of thin air in the desert. The three celestial venerables who had brought them in at the beginning were shouting loudly. The surviving warriors and beasts did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly left this space. After all, the next batch of screening was about to begin. Both of you. One of the celestial venerables looked at Jiang Xi and the eight-hooved beast. He said in a deep voice, "Come with me. I'll bring you to the great Yen army." Understood. Jiang Xi and the crippled eight-hooved beast replied in unison. Good luck, Shanhai. Tai Yan shouted. Good luck to you too. Jiang Xi waved his hand. Just like that, he parted ways with this friend whom he had known for almost a year. In the army, such separation was too common. And individuals will had to obey the collective's will. Tai Yan's strength was still far from the requirements to join the great Yen army. Although he was considered an elite, he was not a true genius. Naturally, he did not have the chance to join the special army. Perhaps, he might be recruited if he performed well in the future. However, at that time, it would not be the great Yen army anymore. It would be another special army. Jiang Xi and the eight-hooved beast followed behind the celestial venerables. They flew in the boundless military camp at almost the speed of light. There's a spatial restriction in the military camp. I can't exceed the speed of light, and I can't teleport, Jiang Xi thought to himself. At the same time, he checked his remaining experience points. Eternal experience points, 1,458 yuan. After cultivating in seclusion in the Qingyuan clan's treasure vault for 10,000 years, his experience points were almost depleted. In the previous battle, although he spent most of his time fighting two weasel, he still managed to kill over 100 warriors and ferocious beasts in the beginning. Many of the warriors and beasts who dared to participate in the selection were Universe Realm Dao Lords. In just one battle, he had earned more than 1,000 eternal experience points. I've earned so much in just one selection battle. What about the future? Jiang Xi was filled with anticipation. At this moment, a voice rang in Jiang Xi's ears. My name is Tu Itachi. I'm from the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. My father is the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Master, the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Master. Jiang Xi turned around and chuckled. I'm Shanhai. The four seas are my home. Oh. The eight-hooved beast, Tu Itachi, nodded. It also understood that in this vast dream origin realm, there were often tribal wars and murderous wars. Many tribesmen lost their homes and became wanderers. Of course, there were also those who were willing to wander around, in other words, travelers, using this as a way to hone themselves. You're very powerful, Tu Itachi praised. You're not bad yourself, Jiang Xi said with a smile. The White Flame Legion has many special legions. The Great Yen Legion is only one of them. Tu Itachi sent a voice transmission again. There are very few genius warriors who can be selected to join the special legions during the initial selection. Moreover, they'll be assigned to many legions. This will cause the Great Yen Legion to only have the two of us as recruits in a short time. As for new recruits, they'll usually be looked down upon by the veterans. Therefore, Shanhai, the two of us have to work together in the future. Work together? Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow. In the army, there's nothing but fighting, Tu Itachi said, time and time again, those veterans who can enter the special legions are very talented. Moreover, they've long received the army's legacy. They've been cultivating and fighting for a long time. Moreover, they've been working together for a long time. They're definitely very powerful. If we don't work together, I'm afraid our days in the Great Yen Legion won't be easy. Jiang Xi blinked. He understood. Extremely powerful? That would depend on who he was compared to. With his current combat strength, only an eternal paragon could suppress him. No matter how powerful the Great Yen Legion's warriors were, could they be stronger than an eternal paragon? Chapter 657. The White Flame Army's camp was extremely vast. Jiang Xiai and the eight-hooved beast, Tuatachi, followed the heavenly venerate in red armor. They flew at light speed for a day before they arrived at a towering hall. The hall was bustling with activity. Warriors and beasts could be seen everywhere. All of them were extremely powerful and had a murderous aura about them. "Both of you, wait here," the red-armored heavenly venerate shouted. Jiang Xiai and Tuatachi stopped outside the hall. They did not follow him. The red-armored heavenly venerate entered the hall alone. "What's this place?" Jiang Xiai asked Tuatachi, who was next to him. This eight-hooved beast had a strong background and knew more than him. He would not let go of such a good source of information. "This is the White Flame Army's supply center." Tuatachi shook his head smugly. Then, he smiled and said, "The Great Yen Army's supply center should be here. Look, many warriors are coming in and out. They must be here to exchange for supplies." "Exchange for supplies?" Jiang Xiai pretended to be surprised. "That's right." Tuatachi nodded and explained, "All the warriors in the army are honed through battles. In these battles of life and death, a large number of warriors would fall. Naturally, that's for ordinary warriors. If the warriors of the Great Yen Army were to fight similarly dangerous battles, the chances of them dying would be lower. This is because the battles of our special corps are more dangerous than theirs. Similarly, our spoils of war are more valuable. We can exchange them for military credits. We can exchange them for supplies. The more military credits you have, the better your performance, and the more benefits you'll get." Tuatachi's eyes shone brightly. "You can even exchange for a squad of heavenly venerates as your personal guards. It's just that the amount of military merits required is also very frightening." Jiang Xiai smiled. "Personal guards of a heavenly venerate?" Unfortunately, the natives of the Dream Origin realm could not leave. Once they left this world, they would definitely die. Therefore, what Tuatachi was after was completely different from what he was after. "What kind of military supplies are there?" Riverward asked. "Legacies, supreme treasures, and eternal shards." Tuatachi sounded excited. "Eternal shards." Jiang Xiai was shocked. This was the first time he had heard this term from other experts. He had always thought that he was the only one who knew about this because it was converted from Eternal EXP through the interface. However, he did not expect Tuatachi to know about it as well. He could even exchange for eternal shards at the White Flame Army's military supply center. Jiang Xiai even suspected that many experts in Dream Origin realm knew about it. Tuatachi smiled and explained, "You are a wandering traveler, so you might not know about the existence of the Shard of Eternity. My father is the Scarlet Swallow Desolate Lord, an eternal great paragon. He once told me that the essence of eternity is actually the accumulation of eternity shards. Tao Lords and Celestial Exalts could use eternal shards to improve their power as well. However, exchanging for eternal shards requires far too many military credits. Ordinary Tao Lords and Celestial Exalts aren't able to afford it at all." Jiang Xiai nodded. Killing a Universe Tao Lord gave him 9 eternal experience points, which was equivalent to 9 eternal shards. Although one could exchange for eternal fragments at the military supply center, the amount of military credits required would be massive. Although everyone knows that there are eternal shards at the military supply center, there aren't many who have the strength to exchange for them, Tuatachi said with a sigh. Jiang Xiai kept this in mind. This was unexpected news, but it could also be considered an unexpected gain. His experience points panel required experience points. Eternal experience points and eternal shards could be exchanged through the panel. To him, this was very valuable. He could exchange for eternal shards at the military supply center and convert them into eternal experience points to improve his cultivation base, Tao techniques, and mystic techniques. This way, his strength would improve even faster. He's here. Tu Itachi suddenly looked at the entrance of the military supply hall. Jiang Xi looked over as well. The red-armored heavenly venerable walked out and waved his hand. Two beams of light descended and landed in front of Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. Although you are only Daolord warriors, you are entering the Great Yen Army. Therefore, your treatment is one level higher. You will receive a Tier 7 armor treasure, Great Yen Armor. This Great Yen Armor will allow you to live longer in life and death battles in the future, especially after you become a recruit. The red-armored heavenly venerable said expressionlessly. Jiang Xi looked at the Tier 7 armor treasure in his hand. He could not help but feel emotional. I've received a Tier 7 treasure just like that. It should be known that the appearance of a Tier 7 treasure in the Chaos Sea would cause bloodshed among the major factions apart from the two Holy Lands. Here, he had just joined the Great Yen Army of the White Flame Legion, and he had already received a Tier 7 treasure. Naturally, the ordinary soldiers of the White Flame Legion did not receive such treatment. They were given Tier 6 treasures. Hurry up and put them on. All soldiers of the Great Yen Army have to wear Great Yen armor, the red-armored heavenly venerable said coldly. Understood. Jiang Xi replied. It's not as good as mine, Tu Itachi said through voice transmission. Jiang Xi smiled inwardly. Others coveted Tier 7 treasures, but he and Tu Itachi did not care about them. For example, the black armor he wore was transformed from the Tier 9-7 mountain. It was only natural that it was a Tier 9 armor treasure. Tu Itachi's father was an eternal grand paragon. Although the armor he gave him was only a Tier 7 treasure, it was comparable to a Tier 8 treasure in certain aspects. Moreover, the Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord did not give Tu Itachi any good treasures to train his child. It's indeed too eye-catching for me to wear a Tier 9 treasure. Perhaps an eternal paragon who knows what's good for me will recognize me. I can wear this Great Yen armor whenever I want. Jiang Xi sent a strand of his spiritual sense to the Great Yen armor. It's easy to get it to recognize me as its master. Jiang Xi quickly succeeded in getting it to recognize him as its master. Swoosh! The Tier 9 black armor on his body vanished, and the Great Yen armor appeared on his body. It was a set of fiery red armor. From the helmet to the boots, it was fully equipped. Tu Itachi, who was standing next to him, had also put on the Great Yen armor. The fiery red armor on this 8-hooved beast looked rather ferocious. Following that, the two of them followed the red-armored heavenly venerate and set off again. Then, at a speed close to the speed of light, they flew through the military camp for a total of 3 days before finally arriving at a vast lake. There were islands on the lake. There were at least 10 million of them. The diameter of the entire lake was measured in light years. At a glance, one could see many silhouettes, each of them wearing fiery red battle armor. They're obviously warriors from the Great Yen Army, Jiang Xi thought to himself. At this moment, the red-armored heavenly venerate shouted at the lake, "These are the new recruits of the Great Yen Army. They're in the 4th platoon's 3rd platoon." His voice reverberated in the boundless lake. After shouting, the red-armored heavenly venerate glanced at Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. "I hope I'll see you again." Swoosh! Then, he turned into a streak of light and left. Soon after, figures flashed on the surface of the lake in the distance and flew toward them. They could not teleport in the military camp, but they could teleport in the lake. Soon enough, more than 20 figures teleported over and hovered in front of Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. Some of them were humanoid while others looked like beasts. They sized up the two new recruits. Tu Itachi looked up and said loudly, "My father is the wilderness lord of the Great Yen Chi Wilderness. This is the army. Your father can't help you no matter how powerful he is. Among the 20 figures hovering in the air, a tall and burly man said with a stern expression, "Both of you, tell me your names and what you're good at." "I'm Tuatachi. I'm good with my body. My body can stretch up to 10 million kilometers." Tuatachi said confidently. Having a big body is an advantage." The burly man nodded. Then, he looked at Jiang Xi. "What about you?" "I'm Shanhai. I'm slightly stronger than Tuatachi. I'm good with close-range combat." "I'm more agile," Jiang Xi said calmly. The burly man had a pair of gray eyes. He scrutinized Riverward and Tuatachi before he said, "Your talents should be considered normal in the Great Yen Army. However, our third squad will be going on an expedition in half a month's time. You're unlucky to encounter a disaster-grade mission as soon as you arrive." The burly man shook his head. "A disaster-grade mission?" Tuatachi was shocked. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, looked at the 20 or so Great Yen Army soldiers in front of him thoughtfully. The burly man said, "I'm the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Great Yen Army's 4th Squad. This is all the military rules and common sense in the army. You can figure out what to do on your own. Don't disturb your teammates when they're cultivating." As he spoke, he tossed out 2 white jade slips. Jiang Xi and Tuatachi caught them at the same time. "Go back and cultivate. Prepare for the mission," the burly man shouted. "Understood." Some of the soldiers replied loudly. Some of the soldiers ignored them. Clearly, this captain did not have enough authority. "Let me remind you that the disaster-grade mission is coming up soon. Both of you are unlucky. You should hurry up and receive the Great Yen Army's basic legacy. Learn as much as you can and increase your strength as much as you can." A crisp voice rang in the air. It was a woman who looked like an elf. "Ching Wan, do you really think these 2 newbies can survive this mission?" "Humph. They haven't received the basic legacy and haven't gone through enough training. How can they survive a disaster-grade mission?" The soldiers shook their heads. Then, they teleported back to the islands on the lake. They did not bother to talk to Jiang Xi and Tuatachi anymore. The captain and the elf woman exchanged a look. They did not say anything and teleported away. Only Jiang Xi and Tuatachi were left in the air. "It seems like we're unlucky." Jiang Xi frowned slightly. "Tuatachi, you know about the disaster-grade mission?" Tuatachi said angrily, "We're not unlucky. We're extremely unlucky. A soldier's life in the army is tempered by countless battles of life and death. These battles were all expeditionary missions issued by the army to attack the territories of the tribes and ferocious beasts. Among these missions, there'll be an extremely dangerous mission every epoch. It's a disaster-grade mission. Every 10,000 epochs, there'll be an even more terrifying mission. It's called a reincarnation mission." "A reincarnation mission?" Jiang Xi was shocked. "It means that encountering a mission like that is equivalent to being reincarnated," Tuatachi said dejectedly. Jiang Xi nodded. The living beings in the dream origin realm treated death as reincarnation. However, based on what he heard, a reincarnation mission that appeared once every 10,000 epochs was quite dangerous. If we were in an ordinary army, we wouldn't have to be afraid even if it's a reincarnation mission. Tuatachi sounded slightly anxious. However, in a special army like the Great Yen Army, a normal mission is as dangerous as a normal army's reincarnation mission. As for a disaster-grade mission, it's a disaster for genius soldiers like us. A reincarnation mission is even more of a nightmare. Even the veteran soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles will die in such a mission." Tuatachi sighed helplessly. Relatively speaking, the survival rate in an ordinary army is higher. Many Dao Lord soldiers have been honed in an ordinary army for a long time. Their strength has become very strong. In the end, they can survive a reincarnation mission. However, it's different in a special army. A disaster-grade mission can kill us recruits. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly as well. Based on his understanding, out of 100 soldiers in an ordinary army, only 3 to 5 would survive and retire. Based on what two attachis said, the survival rate of soldiers in a special army was even lower. It was no wonder the captain of Squad 3 and the veteran soldiers did not pay much attention to them. You two new recruits might not even be able to survive, so who would want to waste their time on you? It could only be said that the selection system set by the godly king of the Dream Origin realm was too cruel and crazy. Just like raising Gu, it was only to select the strongest elite soldiers. Of course, although the missions in a special army are more dangerous, two Itachi's eyes were filled with madness. The legacies we can obtain are more precious. It's easier for us to obtain stronger treasures and eternal fragments. Almost all the Eternal Supremes in our Dream Origin realm were trained from the Special Corps. An ordinary army is destined to be ordinary for life. Tu Itachi's tone was filled with desire as he spoke. My father is the Wilderness Lord of Scarlet Swallow, the great eternal paragon. Of course, I want to be as strong as my father. I might even be stronger and become a divine general. Jiang Xi smiled but did not say anything. He felt that this eternal second generation was quite interesting. Let's go. We'll choose an island to stay on for the time being. Jiang Xi did not give Tu Itachi a chance to speak. Although the information in the jade slip given by the captain was complicated, it was not much. It introduced the general rules and general knowledge. With Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi's strength, they naturally grasped it easily. According to the information in the jade slip, this lake was the Great Yen Army's camp. The Great Yen Army was divided into 4 brigades. They occupied the north, south, east, and west of the lake respectively. The 4th brigade that they were assigned to had a total of 9 squads. All of them were stationed in the northern district. Then, each team was given an area. In this area, they could choose any ownerless island to use as their own cultivation area. Boom! Jiang Xi immediately teleported to the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad's camp and found an ownerless island. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a stone house on the island and set up a formation. Then, he settled down temporarily. Now, I've successfully joined the army and the special army. As long as I pass the so-called disaster-level missions, I'll be able to obtain eternal EXP and military merits through the many expeditions. Then, I'll exchange for treasures, legacies, and eternal fragments. Jiang Xi's goal was clear. Of course, before that, I'll take a look at the Great Yen Army's basic legacies. Then, he teleported away. Chapter 658. The basic legacies of the Great Yen Army were on the island at the center of the lake. Swoosh! Riverward teleported twice in a row and arrived at this island from his residence. There were stone pillars on the island, and a jade scroll was placed on top of each stone pillar. At this moment, the 8-hooved beast, Tu Itachi, was receiving the legacies here. He had shrunk his body and was standing before a stone pillar. He held a jade slip in his hand and looked at it. Shanghai. Tu Itachi sensed the commotion and immediately opened his eyes. With a flash, he appeared before Jiang Xi. Why are you only here now? The disaster-level mission is almost here, but you don't seem to be in a hurry. We have to hurry up and learn the basic legacies. Tu Itachi reminded Lu Zhou. Although these are basic legacies, many of them can't be passed down to me by my father. They're very precious. For example, in an ordinary army, each legacy has to be exchanged with military merit points. Only special troops like us can obtain the basic inheritance for free as soon as we enter. However, the more profound ones have to be exchanged with military merit points. Hurry up. I'll continue comprehending them, Tu Itachi said. He did not say anything else and hastily looked at the jade slips on the stone pillars. Jiang Xi shook his head with a smile. Then, he looked at the stone pillars. There were 108 stone pillars on the island. Naturally, there were 108 basic legacy jade slips. It's too troublesome to check them one by one. With a thought, his spiritual consciousness spread out and seeped into each jade slip. Instantly, a large amount of information surged into his mind. Close combat, weapon refinement, nascent divinity, body, combined attacks. After categorizing them, the information of these inheritances shocked Riverward greatly. He had thought these basic legacies that could be obtained for free would be ordinary. However, after looking through them, he discovered that they were not simple. They were very practical. There were many combat techniques, combined attacks, body eruption secret techniques, nascent divinity eruption secret techniques, and so on. They were very helpful in increasing one's combat strength. However, these were only suitable for Universe Realm Downlords. There was nothing else. For example, the body eruption secret technique was only at the first tier. Even if he cultivated it to perfection, he could only increase his body's eruption by 3 times. If he wanted to obtain more legacies, he would have to exchange his military merit points at the Quartermaster Hall soon. Jiang Xi had memorized all 108 basic inheritances and made a comparison. Compared to the core inheritance of the 8 Clouds legacy, it was naturally much weaker. However, compared to the hundreds of millions of outer legacies of the 8 Clouds legacy, these 108 basic legacies were definitely the best. Compared to the basic stage of the Qingyuan inheritance, its value was not inferior. According to Jiang Xi's understanding of the primordial realm civilization, any powerful super heritage would not be easily imparted to the outside world. It was rarely circulated in the outside world. Therefore, every super inheritance that could be cultivated to the chaotic prime realm, even the lowest chaotic prime divine general level, was extremely rare. If there was a continuation to the basic inheritance of the Great Yen army that he had obtained today, it would definitely be a super inheritance that could allow him to cultivate to the chaos origin divine general realm. However, Jiang Xi knew that if he wanted to obtain more information about this military inheritance, he would need a huge amount of merit points. I have the complete set of 8 Clouds legacy and Qingyuan legacy, so I don't really need the legacy of the army. Moreover, among these 108 basic inheritances, there are explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul. After learning these, I can use the explosive techniques of 8 Lives and Cloud Extinguisher. Although I can only reveal a very small part of them, it's enough to deal with many dangerous situations, Jiang Xi thought to himself. The Dream Origin Realm's control over legacies is very strict. If I directly use these 2 ultimate techniques, I might attract the army's attention. It will be troublesome then. This was one of the benefits he had obtained from obtaining the basic inheritance of the army. At the same time, in the human territory of the 4th universe, Jiang Xi's avatar and Tao Lord 9 Clouds met in the Skyspan Mountain River painting. Master, these are some of the basic inheritances I obtained from the White Flame Army. The explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul, as well as some joint attack techniques, are very useful to us humans. Jiang Xi waved his hand and the 108 basic inheritances appeared. Explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul. Tao Lord 9 Clouds immediately identified the 2 most valuable mystic techniques. Master, you have good eyesight. Such explosive techniques can only be created by super experts at the primordial chaos realm. They are very precious, said Jiang Xi with a smile. Then, he solemnly exhorted, however, Master, you must remember that once you enter the Dream Origin realm, you must not use these special techniques that can only be created by super experts. Otherwise, you will be investigated by the army. If you are unable to explain the origins of these inheritances, your life might be in danger. The Dream Origin Realm's control over legacies is very strict. I understand. Tao Lord 9 Clouds nodded and said, however, you have to be careful. According to the information I received, many factions have already sent the second batch of experts into the Dream Origin realm. However, the death rate is still very high. For example, the Heavenly Feather race of the first universe had experts who entered the army. However, they were killed in the army camp after passing the selection test. There are very few Chaos Sea experts who can survive in the army. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Heavenly Feather race experts were killed in the army camp? How pitiful. According to his understanding of the military rules and common sense, the management of the ordinary armies in the Dream Origin realm was very lax. To be precise, it was deliberately done by the army's upper echelons. For example, in the Special Army, soldiers were forbidden from killing each other. There shouldn't be many experts in the entire Chaos Sea who can enter the Dream Origin realm who can join the Special Army, right? Jiang Xi thought to himself. This was his advantage and also his opportunity. After all, only in the Special Army could he have the opportunity to exchange for better legacies, supreme treasures, and eternal fragments. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Dream Origin Realm, White Flame Army, Great Yen Army's Dalord Army Camp, Basic Legacy Island. Shanghai, you will be accepting an army mission tomorrow. This is a disaster-level mission. You have been cultivating the basic legacy for half a month. Have you gained anything? Tu Itachi flew over from afar. I have mastered the mystic technique of the body and primordial spirit, said Jiang Xi casually. How long has it been? Tu Itachi was immediately shocked. Then, he sighed and said, that's right. You could easily defeat me without these explosive techniques. Your talent must be much higher than mine. It's normal for you to cultivate faster. Jiang Xi smiled. Let's go. Prepare well. The mission will be given tomorrow. I hope we can all return alive this time. Tu Itachi left the basic legacy island riverward did not stay any longer. He returned to his residence in the Great Yen Army. It was a quiet and secluded island. Late at night, he lay alone on the roof of the stone house. He looked at the night sky of the Dream Origin realm and waited silently. A disaster-level mission. I wonder how difficult it is, Jiang Xi thought to himself. It seems dangerous, but it's also a good opportunity for me to gain experience points and military merits. In the army camp, military merits were required for everything. Eating and waiting for death. Only death awaited him in the end. Other soldiers would exchange their military merits for treasures before each mission. For example, supreme treasures for escaping or some one-time use treasures that could unleash great power. However, Jiang Xi had just joined the army and did not have any military merits. He could not exchange them even if he wanted to. Naturally, he did not need to consider these. At the same time, in the Great Yen Army's Quartermaster Hall. Captain, the 18 of us only have 320,000 military merits left. What should we exchange for? This is a once-in-a-epoch disaster-level mission. Captain, we have to exchange for more life-saving items. Outside the hall, Captain Inji of the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad and a dozen other soldiers were discussing what to exchange for. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, another 7 figures arrived outside the hall. They looked at the captain and the others mockingly before entering the hall. This simple sentence infuriated Captain Inji and the other soldiers. It's Quan Zhu and the others. A bunch of fanatics. Let's see how smug they are. I don't believe they can maintain their good luck this time. Captain, if you ask me, we should give them a taste of our own medicine at a critical moment in this mission. Many of the 18 soldiers were filled with killing intent. Soon enough, the night passed. Assemble. A loud voice rang in the camp of the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad. Jiang Xi opened his eyes. A divine light flashed in his eyes. Is it starting? Swoosh. He immediately teleported to the island of Legacy. The lake occupied by the Great Yen Army was huge. Every time they went on a mission, the assembly point would be at the island of Legacy at the center of the lake. Mountain Sea, this way. Jiang Xi had just arrived at the island of Legacy when the eight-hooved beast, Tuatachi, flew toward him from afar. Tuatachi. Jiang Xi nodded. Then, he looked around the island and saw many soldiers had arrived. Mountain Sea. I've asked around. Tuatachi flew up to Jiang Xi and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. There are 39 soldiers in our third squad, including the two of us. The original 37 soldiers aren't united. They're divided into 3 groups. One group is led by Captain Inji and has 18 soldiers. The other group is led by Cheng Wan and has 10 soldiers. The last group is led by Quan Zhu and has 9 soldiers. A single squad is divided into 3 groups. Jiang Xi looked at Tuatachi in shock. Tuatachi lived up to his name as the second generation of the Eternal Era. He was good at gathering information. It seemed like Tuatachi had been prepared before he joined the army. He had only joined the army for a short while, and yet, he was already familiar with his surroundings. In this aspect, he was inferior to Tuatachi. Swoosh! 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 Both of them quickly flew toward the island as they spoke. At this moment, more than 30 figures had gathered on the island. They were scattered all over the place. Jiang Xi looked at them briefly. Based on the way they were gathered, he could tell that they were divided into 3 groups. Captain Inji, whom he had met when he first arrived at the Great Yen Army, was a group. The kind-looking female elf, Cheng Wan, was a group. There was another group that seemed cold and crazy. The 9 soldiers were basically all beasts. When Jiang Xi and Tuatachi arrived on the island, the soldiers of these 3 groups looked at them with hostile eyes. It was clear they were warning them not to get close. Both of them stood where they were and did not approach any of the groups. Tuatachi transmitted his voice to them. The captain is fair, and Cheng Wan is the kind-looking one. As for the 3-headed beast, Quan Zhu, he's a bloodthirsty and crazy fellow. The beasts in our group listened to him. If this were any other time, these 3 groups might try to rope in the 2 of us. However, we're about to embark on a disaster-level mission. We've never cooperated with them before, and we haven't practiced any joint attacks. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, they won't let the new recruits join their groups at this time. Jiang Xi nodded. Everyone knew this. These 3 groups had been through countless life and death battles. Each group cooperated with each other very well. The warriors also knew each other's background. If they suddenly accepted new recruits, it would only disrupt their cooperation. Even the kind-looking Cheng Wan would not accept them. Shanghai, Tuatachi. Captain Inji looked at them and said indifferently, "You can only rely on yourselves in this disaster-level mission. Do you understand?" "Of course, we understand," Tuatachi said in a deep voice. Jiang Xi only nodded. Very good. Captain Inji did not say anything else. In his opinion, the 2 new recruits had not undergone enough training. They had only cultivated the basic inheritance for half a month. They did not even have enough military merits to exchange for life-saving items. When encountering such a disaster-level mission, unless they were extremely lucky, they were destined to die. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another landed in the 3 small groups. Soon, the soldiers of the 3rd group were all present. "Let's go and receive this mission," Captain Inji ordered. Whoosh! The 3 groups of the 3rd group, plus the 2 new recruits, teleported away. Once they were outside the lake, they could only fly. This was a sinister hall that was completely black. There were many reliefs of experts carved on the walls. The 39 soldiers of the 3rd squad had flown for nearly a day before arriving here. They had just approached the hall when, boom! A beam of light enveloped all the soldiers of the third group. Instantly, a voice sounded in their minds. It was like a spiritual transmission, transmitting the mission content to each soldier. Mission location, Sangming Mountain Range. Mission content, obtain 10,000 military merits. 1. Kill a Taoist Lord for 1 military merit. 2. Kill a First Step Heavenly Master for 100 military merit points. 3. Kill a Second Step Heavenly Master for 1,000 military merit points. 4. Kill a Third Step Heavenly Master for 10,000 military merit points. 5. Military merit points need a corpse as proof. Mission time must be completed within 10,000 years. Failure will be punished by military law. The mission description was very simple, but it made the soldiers of the third group change their expressions. Go to the Sangming Mountain Range to kill a Heavenly Master or a Taoist Lord. This is big trouble. 2. Itachi panicked. The Sangming Mountain Range. Although that place is not as good as my father's Red Swallow Wilderness, it is still a very powerful force in the Dream Origin realm. Although the 3 Eternal Supremes can't attack at will, the number of Heavenly Master level beasts there is terrifying. Who knows how many Taoist Lord level beasts there are? If we go there now, it's no different from suicide. 2. Itachi was really panicking. Before accepting the mission, he was quite confident. After all, he came from the Red Swallow Wilderness and his father was an Eternal Supremes. With this foundation, even if the disaster-level mission was difficult, he could survive it. But now that he knew the mission content, he broke down. Jiang Xi frowned. He was also a little worried. The Sangming Mountain Range was not a good place. Chapter 659. When Jiang Xi and the warriors from the Taiming tribe came to the White Flame Army, they had passed through the Sangming Mountain Range. It was an incomparably vast and boundless mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. It could even be counted in light years. When he looked down at the mountain range from the warship, he could vaguely see many heavenly venerable level beasts in the mountain range that was shrouded in clouds. It was definitely a dangerous place that would make heavenly venerables tremble in fear. If it was a one-on-one battle without using the sky connecting tower, Jiang Xi was confident that he could kill a first-step heavenly venerable. With some time, he could even kill a second-step heavenly venerable. As for a third-step heavenly venerable, he could not kill one unless he used the sky connecting tower. However, the current situation was to kill those heavenly venerables and Tao lords in the Sangming Mountain Range. In such a big place, those beasts would not be stupid enough to wait for them to kill. One could imagine that once the 39 Tao Lord warriors of the third squad started killing those beasts in the Sangming Mountain Range. The beasts in the Sangming Mountain Range could easily send out a team of heavenly venerable level beasts to wipe them out. What's worse is that the requirements of the mission are too crazy. I have to accumulate 10,000 military merits. Jiang Xi was speechless. In the eyes of the army, there is no difference between a desolate-level Tao Lord and a cosmic-level Tao Lord. Thus, even the simplest Daolord-class wild beasts have to be killed, at least 10,000 of them. Tao Lords are the top existences in the Chaos Sea. However, in the Dream Origin world, they are the most common ordinary warriors. Whether it was tribal forces or dire beast forces, before these ordinary warriors joined the army, they would be protected. They might be able to kill 8 or 10 beasts in the Sangming Mountain Range. However, if they kill too many, they will attract the attention of the heavenly venerables. At that time, they will be in danger of being surrounded. If thousands of heavenly venerables really come, I won't be able to escape even with the sky connecting tower and the 8 Clouds Pavilion. This was what Jiang Xi was worried about. After all, the Dream Origin world was not the Chaos Sea. There were too many heavenly venerables here. As the saying went, there were as many as dogs. When he was wandering in the Chaos Sea, he had encountered many situations where he was surrounded by heavenly venerables. However, there were only a few heavenly venerables in the Chaos Sea. In total, there were only a little over 100. But in the Dream Origin realm, hundreds of celestial masters could be easily gathered. This is crazy. The only thing to be thankful for is that those Eternal Supremes won't take action during the army's mission. Otherwise, it would be suicide. There's no hope at all. Jiang Xi shook his head secretly. The army was the supreme ruler of the Dream Origin realm. All the tribes and beasts had to follow the army's orders. Under normal circumstances, when the army sent out a small team to attack a certain faction, the higher-ups of that faction would know that this small team was there to train. For example, their third squad posed no threat to the entire Tsangming Mountain range. The three Eternal Supremes of the Tsangming Mountain range definitely wouldn't intervene. As for the Celestial Exalts and Tao Lords below them, there were no restrictions at all. The mission is indeed very difficult. If we fail. Jiang Xi frowned. If he failed, he would be punished by military law. There was only one word to describe it: death. He couldn't even escape. With the military's authority in the Dream Origin realm, as long as the military gave an order, all the tribes and ferocious beasts in the world would help the military to kill the target. Of course, there was also a condition. If they had 100,000 military credits, they could offset the punishment of failing the mission and save their lives. However, 100,000 military credits was not a small number. Among the old soldiers of the Great Yen Army, there were probably not many who had this amount of military credits. At the very least, the third squad of the 4 brigades that Jiang Xi was in did not have it. Moreover, if they had so many military credits, they would have raised their strength long ago. Who would keep them in their hands? The 39 warriors of the third squad were all standing outside the Black Evil Hall, and they were all silent. Every soldier felt the pressure from the depths of their hearts. Everyone is clear about the mission. Captain Yin Ji looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The mission has specified the location." In other words, the Celestial Exalts and Tao Lords we have to kill must be from the Tsangming Mountain range. When we return to submit the mission, the army will definitely contact the Tsangming Mountain range to confirm whether our military credits are real. If the mission doesn't specify the Tsangming Mountain range, we can easily kill those Celestial Exalts if we join forces. Then, we can kill them one by one. It'll only take us some time at most. However, now that the mission has been restricted to the Tsangming Mountain range, we'll be surrounded by the Celestial Exalts and fierce beasts if we make a move there. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. We'll definitely die. The tall and burly Captain Yin Ji explained the pros and cons. Then, he looked at the soldiers and said solemnly, "That's why I think we have to join forces this time." Join forces? The 3-headed beast, Quan Zhu, sneered. He looked at Captain Yin Ji and the other 17 soldiers with a cold gaze. Then, he sneered and said, "Captain, may I ask if I dare to join forces with you? Back then, I was only a new recruit who participated in an ordinary mission. I tried to curry favor with you and followed behind you, but what happened in the end? You used me as bait. If it weren't for my strong self-preservation skills and the treasures left behind by my ancestors before I joined the army, I'm afraid I would have died on my first mission. A captain like you wants us to join forces with you." After Quan Zhu finished speaking, the other 8 soldiers behind him also looked at Captain Yin Ji mockingly. Yin Ji roared, "In the army, strength speaks. Every soldier's strength is different, so naturally, their status is different. You were just a new recruit and didn't know anything. How can you blame me? This is a disaster-level mission. More than half of the soldiers will die. How many of you do you think will survive if the 9 of you work together?" "Captain, you don't have to worry about that." The 3-headed beast, Quan Zhu, sneered. "The 9 of us have lived and died together. We've already sworn that we're willing to hand our lives over to each other. As for you, we don't feel at ease leaving our lives in your hands. Hypocrite. Don't waste your time. Rope us in. I'm afraid you want to use us as cannon fodder at a critical moment again, right? The 8 soldiers behind Quan Zhu also roared. Quan Zhu looked at Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi and said indifferently, "You 2 recruits encountered a disaster-level mission as soon as you came in. Consider yourself unlucky. I'll give you a kind reminder. If Qing Wan is willing to lead you, then it's fine. If it's this captain, then you have to be careful. He definitely wants to use you and send you to your deaths." Quan Zhu quickly finished speaking and finally laughed. "Ha, Captain, in order to not be used by you, we'll take our leave first." Then, he led the 8 dire beast warriors under his command to a dimensional whirlpool beside the black and sinister hall. It was a vortex channel specially created by the army's powerhouses. It could lead directly to the outside of the barracks. The 9 silhouettes instantly entered the vortex and disappeared. Captain Yin Ji's small group, the 18 soldiers, were naturally furious. They wanted to fight Quan Zhu just now but were stopped by their captain. "Qing Wan, what about you?" Yin Ji looked at the elf girl. "No need." Qing Wan smiled and shook her head. She refused without thinking. Moreover, she turned to look at Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. "You 2 recruits, this is a disaster-level mission. I can't help you. However, it's a long journey from here to the Tsangming mountain range. There are all kinds of dangers along the way. I have a rank 7 flying treasure. I can take you to the Tsangming mountain range. We'll split up there." "Okay." Tu Itachi hurriedly replied. "Okay." Jiang Xi nodded. "Let's go." Qing Wan ordered. She led the soldiers under her, as well as Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. They flew towards the spatial vortex and left the barracks. In the end, only Captain Yin Ji's small group was left. Captain, don't worry about them. Without them, we can still complete this disaster-level mission," some soldiers said. The burly Captain Yin Ji looked at the spatial vortex and sneered. "Qing Wan and Quan Zhu, how long have they been in the army? How many disaster-level missions have they completed? Do they really think every disaster-level mission is the same? This is the Tsangming mountain range. As far as I know, not long ago, the Tsangming mountain range had a huge battle with the Whirlpool Lake. Therefore, the alert level is greatly increased. If we want to survive this mission, we have to work together." Speaking up to here, Yin Ji shook his head. "Forget it. Since they are so confident, let's see how many of them will be left after this mission is over. Captain has survived a reincarnation-level mission. How can Qing Wan and Quan Zhu compare to him? Yes, I'm afraid they won't be able to live to the next era." The soldiers under Yin Ji were filled with confidence. This was because their captain's strength was the undisputed number 1 in the 3rd squad. He had lived for a very long time. These soldiers knew that their captain was a little selfish. However, when they encountered some extremely dangerous missions, following such a captain might result in a few of them dying, but at the same time, a few of them would survive. However, following Qing Wan and Quan Zhu might result in complete annihilation. "Let's go," Yin Ji ordered. "Yes," the soldiers replied. Whoosh! This group of soldiers quickly left. On the other side, Jiang Xi and the others passed through the spatial vortex and arrived in the air above a forest outside the White Flame Army camp. The female elf, Qing Wan, waved her hand and took out a rank 7 flying ship. Then, she and her soldiers quickly entered the flying ship. Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi also followed closely behind. It will take at least half a month to reach the Tsangming mountain range from here. Everyone, prepare well, Qing Wan said softly. Jiang Xi stood in the flying ship space and looked down at the vast land below. He was not worried that Cheng Yuan would have any bad intentions. If they were in the army camp, he would not dare to act rashly. However, now that they were out of the army camp, he did not have to worry so much. The strongest of these soldiers in front of him was only a half-step heavenly venerable. He could easily kill them. Therefore, he was at ease and boldly entered Cheng Yuan's flying ship. At the same time, Jiang Xi followed Cheng Yuan and the other soldiers to the Tsangming mountain range. In the White Flame Army camp, outside an ordinary army's quartermaster hall. This is the quartermaster hall. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing, who had pointy ears and an extremely handsome appearance, looked up at the hall. Zhuoqing, you've already received a Tier 7 armor treasure. Why are you still in the quartermaster hall? Another Heavenly Venerable asked curiously. Why do you care so much? Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing turned around and glared. Then, he said, wait for me. I'll go in and take a look. Then, he directly rushed into the quartermaster hall. Speaking of Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing, his experience along the way was quite legendary. Back then, he was the first Chaos Sea expert to be swept into the Dream Origin realm. As soon as he arrived, he encountered a second-step Heavenly Venerable Ferocious Beast. He fought with that ferocious beast for a long time and learned the language of this world. But then, he was chased by a group of Heavenly Venerable Ferocious Beasts. Fortunately, his body was very strong. He was close to a half-step supreme. Relying on his strong body, he escaped that pursuit. Then, he roamed the Dream Origin realm. A Heavenly Venerable was already considered an expert in the Dream Origin realm. After all, Eternal Supremes were overlords here. Usually, they would stay in their lairs and not run around. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing, who was close to a half-step supreme, encountered many dangerous situations along the way. But under caution, he did not fall into any real danger. Instead, he got to know many Heavenly Venerables in the Dream Origin realm and gradually understood the general appearance of this world. Soon, he understood that the countless inheritances and treasures in the Dream Origin realm were gathered in the army. That was where the opportunities were. So, he joined the army. Although in the Dream Origin realm, it was basically Tao Lord level warriors who joined the army. But there were still some native living beings with high talent who could cultivate to Heavenly Venerable before joining the army. Such warriors were naturally more welcomed by the army. Correspondingly, the selection test to join the army was much simpler. Basically, only 2 or 3 Heavenly Venerables would be eliminated out of 10. And Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing was strong to begin with. He casually displayed some of his Heavenly Venerable strength and easily joined the army. He even obtained a Tier 7 armor treasure. If he was in the Chaos Sea in the past, he would naturally be overjoyed to obtain a Tier 7 treasure by chance. But now, it was only a Tier 7 treasure. How could he be satisfied? Therefore, he went straight to the Quartermaster Hall, wanting to obtain more opportunities. This Quartermaster Hall belonged to an ordinary army of the White Flame Army. After Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing entered, he felt a change in spacetime, as if he had entered another world. This looks like what Red Lotus told me before. Eternal Supremacy's ability to turn the void into reality. To turn an illusory spacetime domain into a real world. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing looked at the extremely realistic scene in front of him and exclaimed. He saw a very prosperous spacetime in front of him. A large number of warriors were exchanging items here. There was a golden figure in front of each warrior. Just as Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing was wondering what those golden figures were doing, another golden figure flew in front of him. Heavenly Venerable Warrior, state your request. The golden figure looked at Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing expressionlessly. Only then did Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing realize that these golden figures were service staff. To be precise, they were similar to puppets. He thought for a moment and said, I would like to see the list of items that can be exchanged. Sure. The golden figure waved his hand. 3 scrolls were opened in front of Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing. Inheritance, treasure, eternal fragment. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He hurriedly opened the 3rd scroll. However, when he saw the information on it, his eyes widened and he smiled bitterly. What a loss. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.